Disclaimer: the information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
Free plasma, key to the universe. The principal fields. Create plasma. Plasma can become a self-sustaining star, or a proton or electron. Introduction of a second field. Field forces find their magnetic, gravitational positioning. Two fields with a gap creates free plasma between. Three plasmas form a free plasma at the common center. A fourth plasma allows the starship configuration with a free plasma core. An environment of tightly arranged plasmas appears as a solid structure. The nanomaterial process allows gaps in the structure for plasma flow. The gap inside the nanolayers creates free plasma in between.
And welcome each and all to the Keshe American Knowledge Team for December 22nd, 2024. I'm your host, Mark Anderson, along with Alex Skork, and along with each and every one of the participants, or panelists as we call it. So we all have microphones and we're all encouraged to interact, to start that process of creation. And I guess even when you're not interacting, there's still in this dimension of plasma creation going on. We don't have to see it in the matter state, and this is what Mr. Keshe is asking us to sort of start believing in something you can't see, the plasma wind or the plasma field or multiple plasmas interacting. There's a lot of knowledge we still have to understand, but we have a beautiful universal teacher who is guiding us, building systems to help us gain our confidence, which is one of the parts of what we'll be covering today, giving very big gifts to humanity through these cosmic ray systems. And there's more and more being added, from cosmic ray bundles to cosmic ray material to cosmic ray twinity maggrav systems to cosmic ray soul connections. So many, many things hopefully we'll cover today. We may not get a full understanding, but we have the opportunity uh, to take advantage of offers that are within the Keshe Foundation store. And this is another way to keep the Keshe Foundation free for humanity. And this is part of the whole process. And as Mr. Keshe indicated in this previous workshop, the ground is being prepared, and hopefully we'll see some things coming out in the earlier part of this year, probably March. And I know there's a Washington conference was scheduled. It was talked about earlier this year, and hopefully that takes place in the coming months. But we'll have to see. There's so many things going on in the background as the wars and the collisions between nation states starts to reduce, and hopefully the cooperation and collaboration, not only with the Keshe Foundation, but with each other, will start to take place, and we'll see it more and more as one planet, as one nation, as one race for world peace. And that's the goal, but that's not the ultimate goal of this whole endeavor by the Keshe Foundation. It's to join with the larger family we call the universal community, but also it's also about finding out more about yourself and your capabilities, and actually what the Creator did when this structure came together. And there's, as he said, it didn't come with an owner's manual. So step by step, we're opening it up, and it's, again, your responsibility to investigate and understand for yourself these beautiful capabilities and capacities we all have. And we know we're all connected. And we need to start using these in a more broader way. I know there's some people who think it's perhaps a cult or it's something else. But as we've heard in the last workshop, it's all you finding out about what you can do and applying it to your individual life in a way. And then continuing to spread the new science and the new ethos and the new language. And so we want to also thank all those who are following in the tradition of Mitraism, or in this path of Christ, as they say. And there's been a lot of mix-ups over the years where certain holidays were celebrated at certain times, and then there was separation. And so again, we don't know. It's only been in the last 200 years that they've changed the birth of Christ and Mitra to a separate thing. Apparently the Vatican has some role to create a separation, to say, no, we're not Mitraism, we're different than that. And that certainly is correct in a way. They are different, and they wanted to create separation. But now I think we're bringing more truths into the whole reality about how one is actually built upon the other. Even the Vatican itself is built above a temple of Mitra, as I understand it. So, but before we get into the 569th Knowledge Seekers Workshop and the rest, let's read our World Peace Treaty. Again, this is the effort, or the struggle in a way, for you to find peace within yourself, and then bring that into a larger effort, peace in the greater community. So normally we read this. This is part of the ethos of the Keshe Foundation, that we show respect for all life and all created beings, even if we can't see them and they appear to have no physicality. We can sense them in a way, or feel them. And this is part of the peace with all created beings. I was even thinking earlier, okay, just a moment, about what we see above is what we see below. And I was wondering, do we have the same sort of personalities in the universe as we have here on Earth, where there's certain ones looking to steal or to deprive you of knowledge? Again, that may be just an anomaly. And of course, that's why the Keshe Foundation is here, to sort of elevate all the souls on this planet. But I was just wondering if what we see above or what we see below is what we see above. And I don't think there's any war in the universe, but there may be entities who could co-opt you. And this is why Mr. Keshe is saying we want to bring man into the universe in an educated way, so that we don't get abused by any intermediaries or gurus we may pass along the way. But this is our World Peace Treaty, and I usually read it, but would anyone like to read the World Peace Treaty? Let's make sure we're sharing it. This new system is a little bit obtuse, I would call it. It doesn't seem, but maybe it's just my working with it. This is our World Peace Treaty. You can find it on any search engine, Keshe World Peace Treaty. Actually, I brought one of these to the barber yesterday. As we know, everyone has to get a holiday haircut, so I was there and I had promised to bring one in. Of course, the barber I was usually go to didn't come in yet, but we left it and we talked a little bit about it, and we had some interesting conversations with some of the other barbers and some of the people that were waiting to get their hair cut. So we opened up a little bit of knowledge. Even one of the barbers who I'd never seen before actually bookmarked the Keshe Foundation in his phone. And maybe I'll share that little story later. But we just open up as we go along in our path, and if the time is right, or if you feel it right, we're opening people up to a new dimension. And Mr. Keshe is doing that with us as well. As he said, there's so many emotions and other things that we've never experienced, and we really, truly don't understand the full functionality of our structure. Otherwise, we would have already transmuted in a way. And of course, we are transmuting many things, but most of it, I think, is, again, not in so much our conscious level. And this is what we want to bring it more into the conscious realm rather than the unconscious realm of what this structure can do and what it is doing. So it's a beautiful understanding. And I think, as he said, it brings all the promises of the past together. And of course, the World Peace Treaty is part of this. It's not only for world leaders and religious leaders, but it's for each and every soul on this planet. Again, not needing to be signed with a pen, but needing to be affirmed with the pen of your soul. And as I said to the gentleman yesterday, we were talking, well, where's my soul located? And I sort of said, behind the eyes and between the ears. And then he said, where are you getting this sort of knowledge? And I said, you can go to the Keshe Foundation. It's quite it'll open up a new dimension. And that's the barber who actually bookmarked it. And we'll talk more, hopefully, in the future. But this is the World Peace Treaty, again, between you and your soul. Would anyone like to read it? If you're bold enough. I think we've all signed the World Peace Treaty in a way. We know what it means, but there's probably a deeper understanding, as it always seems to go that way within the Keshe Foundation. You reach a plateau, but that's only another step in getting to the next step. So we call this the World Peace Treaty, exact document world leaders, religious leaders will sign. It's not going to be a 50-page document with all kinds of caveats and addendums and other things built into it, but just this simple couple of paragraphs. We, as citizens of the earth from this moment on, accept to lay down all tools of aggression and war. How timely. We shall never think about getting involved or incite war, or develop or use any tools of war on this planet or in space. And to this we all agree and swear with our, and you can delete as appropriate. You can swear with my nation, my territory, my council, my religion, my city, my town, my body, and my soul. Simply your name, your signature, date, position held, again, on behalf of the nation, the territory, the council, the religion, the city, the town, or as an individual. Have it witnessed, and after signing this treaty, be proud to display this certificate wherever you consider being important to you, that everyone can see and know your ethos to fellow men and the mankind and other created beauties of the Creator. And the ethos just means a way of thinking that we all collectively, in a way, not as robots, but what it means to you. And again, one of the ethos of the Keshe Foundation is we are here to serve and not to be served. Although in that process of serving, I think you will, in a way, be served, whether you see it manifest in the physicality or not. But the idea is serving. And of course, also receiving. At one point in time, Mr. Keshe said receiving is even more important than giving. So he's often put things in what seems to be opposite ways, but it's just our lack of understanding of the totality and the process of creation. But this is where we're starting to learn step by step, slowly, this whole process of the totality and the process of creation, which is replicated across the universe. So once you get it, you'll have it. But again, that's going to take some time. But things are moving in quite a beautiful direction as we see the X platform coming to life in a way for the Keshe Foundation, and we see the owner of that platform also being, in a way, very familiar with Mr. Keshe, as well as the incoming leader or president of the United States, who's also had some settling or unsettling moments when he hears the name Keshe, but I think he understands the technology is wherever Mr. Keshe goes. And the United States being in sort of in a condition where they need, if they're going to reverse the wars and they're going to move away from manufacturing arms, they're going to need something to fill that gap, to employ the millions who will become pretty quickly unemployed. And of course, the Keshe Foundation fits that bill. This technology and this understanding will give the people that are unemployed and those who are still employed an opportunity to develop the universal knowledge on this planet. And the nations will start cooperating and collaborating as probably the research centers will be all part of this, maybe at a higher level, but at the lower level, many, many people will be developing many things. And of course, we've heard in this workshop so many beautiful things, especially for those who are vain about the hair. And I think this is part of the hook where Mr. Keshe will bring in people that are quite vain, or they want to grow hair to look better, and there's no problem with that, or change the color of the hair through a process that we can't even imagine that can be done, where you can sort of hold the emotions of the hair at a certain color, or you can grow hair again without chemicals, none of fertilizers, if you want to call it that, for the head. And then, of course, changing the color from, if you were white or grayish, back to a normal color. So this will be quite a profound, without using any colors, without using any medicines, just changing the emotions. And this is what he stressed, I think, in this workshop quite a bit, the importance of the emotions, which, again, there's so many emotions that we haven't really understood. But again, this season is a lot related to saviors and messiahs and mektis and other things. But as we heard in the last workshop, the mekti is not a man. The mekti is a knowledge. And this knowledge allows you to then become the mekti of yourself. And this, of course, is what Christ showed us on the cross, which I always missed. I was fully in belief that Christ died on the cross and the rest of this and all that. But now we see that Christ actually showed mankind the transmutation, the capability of you changing from one energy or one physicality to another. And this is the gaining of an aspect of immortality, as you can play the dimension of energy off against the dimension of matter state. But again, we want to thank all those who celebrate this time of year and the idea of giving, which is still all part of that process. But I thought we may play something just to, in a way, change the feelings a little bit about what the Brazilians played on Friday, which they play every year. And of course, Mr. Keshe has talked in numerous places in the Knowledge Seekers Workshop, probably around this time of year, but at others, about this idea of Mitra and the longest night and the bringer of the light, which really means enlightenment or elevation of the soul of the man. And this is what was celebrated. not so much the crucifixion of Christ and the rest of this, which in a way, as we understand, he walked off the cross. He didn't die on the cross, or he was removed from the cross before he was fully dead. And then, of course, the soul came back and performed that transmutation over a period of time where he was able to again appear as a different man. And that's what always amazed me about the Holy Book, when I guess it was Mary who saw Jesus in the cave, but she said, I don't recognize you. You're not the same individual. But he told her stories of where they had gone or places they had been or events. And then she said, yes, you are the Christ. And they traveled to northern Spain and southern France and continued living on. So it was the transmutation that was shown to us by Christ, or I guess some people call it a transfiguration, which was an event that happened as well. But the transmutation is what the Keshe Foundation is, in a way, showing us that this is the way to be able to gain an aspect of immortality. And we all have the capability. It's just a matter of understanding the knowledge, understanding the emotions and the energy that's needed to do this. And it's all within your own structure. He mentioned the brain quite a bit in this workshop. And sometimes we hear that the brain is not involved or not to think, but I think this is where the emotions, for me, this is part of the where the emotions are actually generated. But there's so much more to it. And as I say, perhaps we'll go to the store to see where you can take advantage of offers by the Keshe Foundation to help you gain confidence in this whole process. And then, as we know with the training wheels or the others or other sort of training devices, once you get it, you don't need the training devices anymore. So that's just my little take on the 569th. And again, it was 3 hours and what, 45 minutes or so, 3:30. So for me to just touch on some of the highlights, is there anyone else who'd like to add anything that sort of struck them, perhaps in a way, in this last workshop of the 569th Knowledge Seekers Workshop? Is there anything that stood out or illuminated or added to your understanding? Please feel free to share with us if you'd like. Again, we're not putting anyone on the spot. We're not going to call out any names, but if you feel like opening your mic, or something that may have touched you in a different way, or you looked at something perhaps differently than you did before. And again, the Savior is you. And this is what Christ showed us. You save yourself. And of course, it's by knowledge, not by a man. Okay, I guess we will share the announcements from Mr. Keshe. Again, just profound development within the Keshe Foundation, past anything that the knowledge seekers can do, but you're encouraged to try and to replicate not so much these things, but other aspects of the technology that you've seen shared in the past, perhaps making a GANS and so on, and doing some other small things. But the way Mr. Keshe has put this whole structure together is just totally phenomenal. And I don't think it's within our knowledge at this point to be able to replicate them. And as he's told us, man has not matured. Man is not mature enough. Even 95% of the knowledge within the Keshe Foundation, man is not ready for. But let's hear the announcements and some of the fantastic, he said, we've given you the biggest birthday gift that we can give. But again, it's for you to start to train and gain confidence through these systems till we reach a point where you don't need these systems anymore. And of course, it's another way to keep the Keshe Foundation free by supporting the Keshe Foundation store, as I see it. And again, if you can't get products into your country, you can always sign up for the transmutation test, which goes on once a month. You don't have to get a product per se to take advantage of that, or to sign up for the insurance program, which is in the Keshe Foundation store, for feeding, for wellness, for power as lighting, or power as energy to run other things. So there's many things in the store, or a few of the things in the store that you don't actually have to receive as a physical item, that you can still support the Keshe Foundation by taking advantage, say, of the insurance offer or other offers within the Keshe Foundation that doesn't require you to actually receive something. And I'm surprised at how many nations, in a way, have blocked it. It's not, I don't think that they've blocked it, but as we heard in Thailand and other places, unless part of that product is made within the specific country it's being shipped into, the duty can be 2 or 3 or 4 times what the product costs. So this makes it really unavailable. But as I said, most of these things will be made into applications in the future. So you want to block the physical products? Okay, well, we'll just have a system to go around that, which would be the headphones and the apps. You want an apple, you want to be fed, you want something else, perhaps even changing the color of your hair through these applications which are coming. And as he said, with these units that you'll see shortly, the Soul Cosmic Ray Soul connection and the Cosmic Ray Twinity MagRav system, these may be made by even a company like Tesla or Sony. I think Mr. Keshe mentioned that you'll hear in the future that these products will actually be licensed. And so a lot of this will be licensed. If he gets a order for 1 million bottles to change hair color, I don't think they can handle that sort of and then it'll go to one of the main companies that deal in cosmetics or hair coloring, like Clairol and others, and they'll be given an opportunity to market it. But again, they may think twice, because they'll say, if we sell these products where people can change, we won't have to sell the hair coloring. This is our main business. So there's a lot of things and intrigue going on in the background, but we're in quite an exciting time as I see it. But this is the announcements that Mr. Keshe made. It's about 15 minutes. Feel free to stop it. But again, these products cannot be found anywhere else other than the Keshe Foundation store. Well, maybe I should backtrack a little. Yes, they can be found in some other places, but not the real McCoy. And as Mr. Keshe said, try not to support that kind of endeavor. They may be cheaper, they may look the same, but I could almost guarantee you they do not function the same, or even close to the functioning of the Keshe Foundation. So buyer beware, support the original Keshe Foundation products within the Keshe Foundation store, because there are a lot of people out there apparently who want to try and make a fast something for their pocket, but they fully haven't understood the technology and some of its ramifications. As he likes to remind us, a half a doctor is a threat to life.
Okay, back again at the 569th Knowledge Seekers Workshop here. And I believe we can engage in questions with Mr. Keshe shortly. He usually
Feel free to stop it, as I said.
has something he'd like to say first, and you did mention about some new products. And do you want me to open up the store, perhaps, Mr. Keshe?
Yeah, it'll be nice to do. This is part of the teaching. This is part of the process of our work. And these 3 new products is part of the Cosmic Ray. It's an expansion on your work and your understanding of the Cosmic Rays. This.
Now, before I go any farther, I just thought I'd bring up, yes, we have the World Peace Treaty here. This is the Keshe Foundation store, which you can find on the internet. And again, newly released products, all products, spaceship technology, and so on. Just to give you an overview, this is another part of the Keshe Foundation education platform on Vimeo. and you can spend a decade in here or more and then start from the beginning, anywhere from the Knowledge Seekers Workshop to the Reactor Group to public meetings for testimonials, Blueprint for Humanity for Peace. That's another one of the websites. The new Keshe space plasma technology, which is just starting to get, in a way, new videos added to it or starting to populate in a way. And then, of course, our, let's see if I have it here, I guess. That's this one. And this is part of the original, I believe, YouTube channel where you can find so many videos, workshops, playlists. Again, many hours and hours of teaching, finding out more about you. So just to highlight, you have the Vimeo, you have the Keshe Foundation, you have the new space plasma technology, and then of course the X platform, which is, I think people are starting to join. Has anyone joined the X platform yet? I know of one knowledge seeker, they're not here. I haven't joined it as of yet, but I guess you become some sort of follower, and also you get to use the AI for a limited amount. Okay, let's see if we can just go back if nobody has any thoughts on that.
Part of the cosmic ray bundles, and they're introduced, some of it already pre-sold, to bring you a new dimension. New dimension of understanding and new dimension of process. We have introduced a new system, which is very much, you can see it with two headphones. This new product, which is two headphones and not headphone and two units, that's a different thing. The new unit with the two headphones, this is one of the most amazing products Keshe Foundation most probably ever put out. We have a limited, what do you call it, a structure of production on this, and it's a twin system. You don't need any magravs or anything else. You cannot connect to somebody else. You can use the system in a very simple way.
Yeah, now we just heard a sentence and it's in the transcript. You cannot connect with anyone else. I think he meant on the verbal end of it, because he said you can give the headphone to someone else to see if they feel what you feel or taste what you feel, or maybe that was the second system. But I do believe he goes on and say you can share the headphone with someone else and communicate, but not in the words that we hear or the sounds that we hear, more on the energies and at the soul level, as I'm understanding it. Anyone else have any thoughts on this? And of course, they're just coming out. They haven't been fully released, but the offer is in the store.
You carry one on your head, touching your soul and the soul of physicality, being in touch with your physicality as it is the headphone itself, and one to your loved ones, one to another person, where you communicate through souls, one to one, where word does not need to be spoken, where the spectrum of the fields will be covered by the man's emotion and soul.
And of course, the souls are already communicating with each other. They just haven't informed the physicality or the soul of physicality of what they're doing. And this may be, in a way, to get on that line of communication of the soul, to understand more about what your soul's doing, perhaps. I know there's a lot to unravel with this whole process, but in a way, you may get a party line with the soul to actually understand what's happening or who it's communicating with and how. But again, as we know, the soul has its own existence and its own line of communication, and maybe this is a way to, I hate to say hack into it, but to almost create a party line in a way.
You're hungry. You want an apple. You don't want to destroy an apple. Put a headphone over an apple. You receive the energy of it. You don't need to destroy it. You get the emotion of having it. You don't need to kill it. Then you see we have entered a new dimension as part of what will be marketed in the future. You connect your headphone to an app which is connected to an Apple, but fits millions of people.
In a way, isn't this what Christ showed in the stories in the books where he said he took 5 fishes and 7 loaves or whatever, bread and fish, and a couple examples where he fed the multitudes with this? And that was just an example in the holy books. Of course, everything is not accurate in the holy books, but this seems in a way a very similar process where you can take one apple and feed millions. He also said that to Antonio, who in Australia, one of the questions, where he said we can take one of your plums and feed millions of people without killing or destroying the plum, just by replication of the fields, the plasma to digital through the app and through the phone. And again, you feel and taste that plum and receive the energy of that plum. And again, it's not about so much the feeding aspect, but it's to move away from killing, which is again another ethos of the universe. And as we know, is one of the commandments, thou shalt not kill. I always thought it was just another man per se, but now we're realizing that the vertical and the horizontal entities are also, in a way, people or creatures that exist and have intelligence, have emotions, can recreate, have feelings, and the rest. So this is why all life has to be respected, and this helps us to do that, and to, at the same time, satisfying what we need as well.
This new system, a twin headset, is not just for soul to soul. It's for you to start learning how to, and once said, change the dimension of life. Needs training, needs for you to understand my emotion. Even there's an apple there, I have to have the emotion of understanding the feeler strength, that next time I don't even need another headphone for an apple. In a way, is a new system to feed the soul, for the soul to feed the physicality. Many of you who joined us last November, you already felt this, felt the energy. Once you learned it, it was embedded in you to do so. Then we have introduced a second parallel to this, which is with a headphone and 2 units to hold in hand. This brings a different dimension for yourself to know yourself, but you can give it to another person to hold and feel the emotion, change dimension, and in the process, how to go through the process of transmutation. Then you can do a lot of things with this. There is no magravs. As I told you months ago, we are reaching a point that the advancement in technology allows us to bring these new dimensions into process. And now it's here. Then we have introduced a new system, which has nothing. It just looks like a magrav. It's just a system on its own. This is when you have a twin system. In a way, you embed all the needs in that single unit. And this will give you literally everything you need. You learn to communicate. It's a twinity. This will come in different dimensions. dimensions and directions will.
And again, don't be frustrated if it appears to be out of reach of your pocket at this point in time, because these will all be developed into something that will become very inexpensive. As he said, these are limited runs. I'm not discouraging you from getting them. I'm encouraging you to get them and support the Keshe Foundation. But again, it's not going to be, I believe it'll be in the app through the headphones, or maybe in time you won't even need any headphones or cell phones or anything like this. And of course, that's what it's leading to, because in space, I don't think you'll be bringing a headset or a phone with you. But these are just two. Again, this is beyond the understanding of top scientists on this planet, as we heard with the Chinese scientists, in a way begging Mr. Keshe for the space fuel, the combination of the fuel, which I'm sure if they have one scientist working on it, they have 100 top scientists, and not being able to reach the level of understanding of the Keshe Foundation.
Will be produced to give every need of the man within it. This goes back to when I told you many times, many times, I gave you the magnetic system and you plugged it in and look at the energy of electricity, but you never looked at the fields. This time we give it to you directly as a twin system. In a way, it's me in you that I learned to be me within myself. We originally developed this, and some of the knowledge seekers in Europe wanted to test it. And now it's already pre-sold, and it's a new product, but as you can see, it tells you it's Trinity magnetic system, cosmic ray, which means connection to your fields, to your energies. We will embed in this new technologies that satisfies a lot of needs of the man. Then we move you away from that plug and play maggrab to plug yourself in to play with the world of the creation. We put a limited production on these, and then on the back of it, go for mass production, where you need those of you who say you're a vegetarian, you are vegan, now you become plasma people, which you don't need to kill anyone. But you have to train yourself how to log in, how to match in, how to become, how to change cancers, how to change emotions, how to change everything in your body according to balance between the fields of you and the emotion of you within you. This needs 3 products will be unlimited because they are very heavy to produce, they take time consuming, and we'll start delivering in January. Our factories are just geared up for this, for next month. But those of you who will get especially the headphone unit, try to understand. You give it to your lover, you give it to your partner, don't need to talk. See if you both like to cuddle. See if you both feel like going for a walk. See if he feels my emotion, I don't like what he's doing. Then you'll be walking around with a headset on your head and they say, oh, look at these two. But then you understand the environment changes because the souls find a balance. The souls find a peace in the house. You have conflict with your partner, try it. Your child doesn't understand you, try it. And then you see how we change the physicality, the emotion, and the essence of the creation. It's time to move in a dimension of the fields and not in the process of the what I call matter. These 3 new products will bring in a mass production, bring a huge change to all of mankind. Those of you who join us tomorrow in the session, you will see part of the application of this technology, but in a different way. because you cannot wait till Keshe Foundation has another session. You want to do it at home for yourself. And this brings a massive change in the world of technology, space technology, feeding of the man, and this is what I call the very first stage in that bigger change. Then you understand, do we need satellites? Because there is no satellites, there is no communication line between the two, there is no frequencies of Bluetooth and the rest of it. The only one who matches is you, if the other side matches with you to be. And then would you find that energy level of invisibility, energy of the what I call transmutation, to be with your lover, while the lover carries the other heads. Now you understand. And this has huge implications and applications in the world of science, food, industry, and the rest of it. And then you understand when I told you Mr. Mob is spending a lot of money on a lot of satellites where he actually we show is obsolete. There is no need to satellite. The creator has not got a satellite to communicate with man and transfer his love. How come man needs satellites to do so? This is the beginning of the change in food, in transmutation, and even energy transfers, which we teach you in a later time. Now, we brought you the cosmic ray bundles. Now you see its children. The development in the technology will change every one of your lives in the coming time. As I wrote, those of you who follow my chat, 2025 will be the year of the change. When people understand they are the Messiah of themselves and they don't need the Messiah. And you just need to learn to understand, and then you see the rest. I hope you enjoy this, because I know what the pleasure will be, and I hope you understand the process, because it's massive change in the world of everything we know from today on. You wanted a soul-to-soul talk. You wanted not to destroy an apple, an orange, and you wanted to be there when you want it. Now it's possible. We would like you to report back to us how you feel, like many of you are doing. And as one of our knowledge seekers says, tomorrow's session, I want to put the bread on the table and see if I can taste it, because last time I had the apple and I don't feel good to eat it, because I'll get to see what I like, and other knowledge seekers who went through the same process with different things. One day, with one of these systems, which these cannot do, we teach you, we show you systems which can lead to the creation of the children of Mitra, which is you, with you, and if it matches to be you. Because you need this if you become passenger of the universe. You leave this planet as a bachelor, and you don't want to be traveling the universe as a bachelor for thousands of years. You want to share love, to give love, and to create from that love what the Creator does.
I remember him talking about that in another location where he says you are traveling in the universe for maybe a long time and you've gotten kind of lonely. So you want to create, in a way, a companion, the way the Creator has a companion and so on. And he said that you can do that. And obviously he's restating that here. But he said no matter what you create, even if it's not so let's say visually appetizing and the rest, because you've been so lonely, it will be a Madonna to you. So these are the possibilities. Is anyone not impressed of what the potential, and I don't even think we realize the full potential of what these systems can do. And again, I think they'll be made into apps as we continue, but this is just the very first step in the beginning of the change for humanity. And I think he has ears. He's had a lot of ears, but yet they haven't had the audacity of someone like Trump to actually bring this out, and Musk to bring this out into the forefront. Let's finish and conclude.
And then you understand the purpose of these new systems, which now we bring it as cosmic ray units. I hope you enjoy it. I know you'll enjoy it. And this is the beginning of the change. And in a way, those of you who bought those cosmic materials, which now coming to you, hopefully Ukrainians will do the delivery of their boxes and other things arrives on it. We show you how to connect these together and then tap into universal energies. It's part of and within the collaboration of the understanding of the knowledge. The promised day has come, and it's the biggest Christmas gift we can give all of you. Are there any questions?
Okay, I think that was the conclusion of the announcements. Anyone want to make any comments or what you can see or what you're wishing for? Again, we can do all these things ourselves, but yet we haven't really tapped into it. As he said, you're carrying the full knowledge. It's just a matter of more and more tapping into it. And these are, as he said, to build confidence and training and practice. And he has to still explain some of these things, I think. I don't think you're going to be given a piece of alien technology in a way and then say, well, you figure it out. So he still has some teaching to do, I think, on the cosmic ray bundles and the discs and some of these other devices. And that will happen in the upcoming period as well. But you can see what changes this can bring for the whole humanity, where we can start moving away from this whole killing. And I don't think most people don't see their behavior as killing unless it's another man. We think it's our right, as we've read in the holy books. God gave man dominion over everything. But we're learning a new understanding that they're just as equal as we are. And of course, the ethos of the universe doesn't allow this, or it won't allow you to stay in that position very long if you're taking other entities to sustain, or other entities' energies to sustain yourself. We have to learn this process of giving and absorbing energies as we need them. And I don't claim to have the whole understanding, far from it. Would anyone like to add anything? Okay, I think we will then go to the, as I said, the clip that was played in the Brazilian, which they play every year. And again, we don't need a Messiah, as we've all been taught. And apparently it goes from most of the religions that some are waiting for the Messiah to come. Some say you have to accept the Messiah that's already come. Others say you can replicate yourself into this guy or that guy or the others. But Mr. Keshe gives quite a clear understanding of how in our previous time, years and decades and centuries and millennia ago, a different sort of thinking was instilled or practiced by the people of that time. I think this is maybe a 15-minute clip or so, but it certainly gives a beautiful overview of this understanding of Mitra and the light and the rest of this. And again, it's not so much a physical light. This is what Mr. Keshe was stressing many times in the transmutation sessions. It's not the physical light you're looking for, but it's the enlightenment. And this is part of this process. Apparently, every year they would celebrate this as the longest night ended, and then the light, or actually enlightenment, and the ethos of Mitra was sort of promoted in so many ways. Let me just unmute this a bit, and we'll hear more about it. Does anyone want to make any comments? I see we have someone all the way from Bengali. Thank you for joining us today, and feel free to add, and even closer places like Canada and Europe, and so on and so forth. Okay, let's hear more about the way the season was, or the understanding that used to be much more popular than it is today because of certain religions and others have gotten a hold of this and sort of tried to say we're different.
Is the Christmas Eve, and to celebrate his birth tomorrow on 25th. And in so many ways, we look to an end of a cycle and beginning of a new one as the 1st of January arrives. We wish you a wonderful Christmas and a Happy New Year as it comes next week on the eve of New Year of the Christian calendar. Many of you have celebrated 25th during your life, as is the way you've been told. But in fact, the true Christmas, the true birthday of Christ, still some 200 odd years ago, was celebrated on 21st. And about 200 years ago, Vatican decided to shift it to 24th due to one reason, and that was to make more separation that Christianity is not replication of Mithraism, as they tried to separate the church and what we call Roman Empire, the end of the call. 21st of December, what we call in Farsi the Shab of Yalda, which means the longest night, and is considered to be the birthday of Mitra, some 8,000 years ago. And on the other hand, as we said always, the soul of the man is the light, what we see. And Yalda in Farsi means the light, the shine, the brightness of the light, which was the sign of Mitra. Mitra was the soul, and shine the same. And as Christianity as we know it today was adoption of the old Mithraism, so the birth of Christ was put on the same day as birth of Mitra, as his son, or I should say as her son. This is what gradually over centuries Vatican and the churches washed away for the present Christianity to be on its own. But if you open the books, 21st of December, the longest night, the birthday of Mitra was celebrated as the birthday of Christ too. This is how the Romans wanted it to be, that everyone celebrated their time as they were Mithraism supporters. In so many ways, when we look the truth in the background of what we call Christianity is the teaching of Mitra, the cycle of the beginning and the cycle of where man understood more about his soul and called it the light, the celebration of light. In Jewish religion, we've seen it a couple of weeks earlier in the same thing but different name about the same time, Hanukkah. This is how they all copied one way, and that was the path to believing in the Creator. In so many ways, as what we know today was used to be the Persian Empire, extended to Palestine. So now you understand how Judaism is part and in a copy of what it is Mithraism, and the night, the times, and many things replicate within it. In so many ways, they always carried the light. The candle, they light the candle. You make it the Star of David. And everything else has come to one thing, for man to become alert and to know his soul, the light, the ultimate process of existence. In so many ways, mankind has always been told about this soul, even by Mitra, some 8,000–10,000 years ago. And if you look deep enough, the Jews speak about 6,000 years or about history, where in fact there are 2,000 years copy of what Mitra brought, and they could translate it to their language. In understanding this, it means those who understood the truth about the creation, even when they brought in the faith of Zoroaster, they kept a fire going in a physical way, in temples, in Mabat, and what we call the house of fire, the room of fire. And that was man interpreting the soul of himself as a fire, as a light, into physicality of keeping a light, that it always shines. Many of you, I'm sure, who've been into Zoroastrian temples, been to the room of light, the room of light, the room of fire, where fire has been kept on for thousands of years in the same room. It has a different effect when you go into the room of what they call fire. It brings and enlightens the soul of the man, as that fire was set to enlighten the soul. And in so many ways, as the last hundreds of few thousand temples are left within the India and Iranian border, with the believers of Zoroaster, the light with the room of fire, mankind has come to understand. We always knew about it. We were told about it, and has never understood at that time we made the symbol of it. In so many ways, the room of fire, the room of light, when you walk in it, as I've done many times in my young age, brings you an enlightenment to think, if this fire has been burning in this room, in this part, for thousands of years, or from one generation to another, what was the purpose of it? Maybe mankind for the first time understands. We've always been told our soul is a light, but we chose to ignore. We kept the fire to symbolize it. And in so many ways, as I was explaining to knowledge seekers in the past few days, in the tradition of the what we call present Persia, we never worshipped any statue. It's the only nation and culture which never took in worshipping false creation. Always believed in Mitra, and through Mitraism, we kept the ethos of the soul. Do good, act good, and think good. Does not matter what you do as a good, the others read by it, but at the end, the good, the truth will win, will succeed, as is the conduct of the soul, not conduct of the man. And in so many ways, we go back to one thing, is the soul of the man in its infancy at the point of creation in the womb of the mother to its completion as a star in the galaxies and the universes carries the same ethos. And how does it shine? And the way it shines in the whole cycle of its creation, from its birth to its completion. And in so many ways, mankind in a very short time will come to the completion of one cycle and the beginning of the other, where the soul of the man will elevate to understand the totality of the knowledge through what has been given as a gift to man and his soul at the point of inception. Not inception in the womb of the mother, but inception in the realm of the Creator, in the Unicos. Maybe some of the knowledge seekers find the key and find answer in the totality of what they've been asking and searching for thousands of years, in the path and the way to the Creator through the work of the creation and the Creator soul of the man. Maybe some of the knowledge seekers one day elevate their own soul to have access to the totality of the knowledge of the Creator, to understanding the true meaning of the operation of the soul of man, to be humble. In so many ways, in Christianity and many religions, speak about reincarnation, speak about return of Christ, speak about Mahdi and the rest, in a way that return is return of Mitra, is return to totality and the birth of a new cycle. And that point comes at the point of maturity of the man to understand the totality as much as possible through his own physical understanding. And that cycle, the return of Mitra, in a way the return of the truth for the new cycle to begin, is about to happen. And this is what the humanity and the rest of the universe have been waiting for. Beginning, establishment of world peace, universal peace, and understanding peace comes of do good, act good, and speak good. And in so many ways, mankind is about to mature to that point in totality and in one sweep, that all the souls of the created, of the creation, will elevate to be equal and the same, that there shall be no king and no one to rule above, as all live the same way as the light of Mitra. In so many ways, we give up happy birthday to Mitra, as the old tradition of Iran is, we set the table on 21st to celebrate her birthday. And then we celebrate the beginning of the new year, the beginning of this new cycle, which is the 12th day of Christmas, which used to fall on the 1st of January. And that's how many Christians started the beginning of January as a cycle of new life, where we celebrated 12 days and then we started the new year. And that tradition now has come from the 25th to 12 days of Christmas and the rest of it, and the three wise men of Iran and Persia. In so many understanding, man should understand why 12 days was chosen, as the 12 days, according to a structure of the universe, creates a complete cycle. What you do in 12 months, Mitra achieved in 12 days. And in so many ways, and in so many understanding, the completion of the cycle of the man comes about by understanding of the totality, about the truth, about the creation of the man. When Mitra brought the soul of the Creator within the realm of the understanding of the knowledge of the created man. In so many ways, awakening the soul of the man. And from that point on, we have seen the extension of the knowledge to the soul, and the soul of the man in a direct way. In so many ways, Mitra took the child of the man to her chest, and through the heart ruled the soul of the Creator, the child at the age of young, when the mother breastfeeds the child, to the soul of the child and the soul of the physicality of the child. Maybe that is why many of you for the first time understand why we hold our children to our heart when the mother breastfeeds, and why we keep them close to us as we blow the soul of the physicality and perfection of the soul of the man to the soul. We nourish both the soul and the physicality at the same time. No other creature does this except man, except those who understand and start the elevation of the growth of their soul and physicality. In so many ways, mankind feeds the two at the same time. We breastfeed from the dimension of physicality, and by holding the head of the child in the point of his soul, to our chest, we elevate the soul at the same time. Physicality is nourished, and then the soul. In so many ways, mankind has to learn the new ways and why we do things. And you'll find out by history of the man, by elevation and understanding of totality, why some children are calm, why some children are wise, why some children understand much easier. Go back and see how they were nourished when they were fed. How did the mother hold them to herself? How she transfers and at the same time nourishes the soul and the soul of physicality of the child at the point of the growth, at the point of establishment of life. In so many ways, mankind has always been so physical that has not understood and seen the truth. And now maybe, as we teach man, gradually mankind leads in the direction of understanding its own creation. Maybe one day, man become wise and truly wise to his own essence and true direction and dimension of creation. And Merry Christmas to all those who believe in the path of Mitra, in different names and by different banners over thousands of years. Change of the name did not change the ethos and the truth.
Okay, what a beautiful clip from the inception in the womb to the completion as a star. And then, of course, even when the star collapses, we know it gives up its energies for others. So, what a beautiful cycle. And again, maybe the star is just another step to reaching the next step in this whole evolution of never ending creation. Anyone want to make any comments of this? Again, I think we should listen to this quite often. The Brazilians have been playing it every year without fail at this time of year, but I think it's appropriate at any time of the year, not only in this particular time. So it's again, an opening of the books, which Mr. Keshe said there's a lot of books to be opened. And I had heard that they had changed the dates, and I never really understood why. I never looked into it, but I think I went past the religions years and years ago. But it's a beautiful understanding. Maybe Mitraism will become popular once again in this period of time as we start to understand the deeper knowledge that this Mitraism was trying to impart to the rest of us. And again, you take from this knowledge what your intellect allows, but fear not, because no soul has a corner on intellect, as I understand it. Any comments from anyone? Did it change the sort of interpretation or your misunderstanding of this point of year or time of year and the reason for it? And again, Christ as the child of Mitra in so many ways. Well, at least you know where to go to get a detailed explanation of how in a way, the celebration was changed to create that separation between Mitraism and Christianity, but also separation between the other religions as well, as he said, even though it's been copied again and again. But it's just an amazing enlightenment, I think. Okay, it's right there on the screen. Ike is asking what was played. It was at the end of the 360 Knowledge Seekers Workshop, Ike. So you'll find that whole description there of how things sort of got uprooted and changed, and again, separation between Mitraism and Christianity, and how funny that even the Vatican apparently is built on above a temple of Mitra. But that was again, who can remember 200 years ago or who could remember 8,000 years ago? But this understanding of the light, the soul, and the maturing, the creation of it in the womb, and then the maturing of it as a star. And again, making these stars, I don't think it happens in 1 second. You just don't leave this planet and you become a star, even though you are a star. But I think you have to gather some of these energies in a way to create that star, and then creating within yourself, as we see with this sun that we have, and all the, as Mr. Keshe likes to say, your true children come out of your soul in the future time. And look at our sun, how many lives it's created and continues to create, not only on this planet, but on each and every one of the planets in the solar system. So a beautiful teaching, I think. I thank the Brazilian team for sharing that. And there's other locations within the Knowledge Seekers Workshop. So this was about 4 years ago, approximately, 2020, December 24th. But we can see how we've been played in a way. I'm just taking Ike's word there, what was played, us. And we're continued to be played, but as we like to say, the part of this whole teaching is that no one gets abused here or in the universe due to a lack of knowledge. And it's for you to incorporate it and distill it and accept it or understand it within your own structure and what it means to you, not what I tell you it means. Any thoughts? Any comments? Any questions? If not, I think we'll actually go to the teaching for maybe 15 minutes. Again, this was a 3 hours and 45-minute workshop. Let's just see if we can get over there. Maybe we'll, yeah, I think we're going to start here, but I'm going to bring the transcript up, and we'll share that if we can. I'm going to move the transcript over. And we're going to start about at the beginning, but again, as he keeps saying, man will listen to these teachings for decades, centuries, and more. There's so much more within them that we haven't seen, even though we have seen a few things. And again, more about understanding your own creation and what this creation has come to be in a way. And we're all finding out in different ways and different shapes how we can operate this dimension and gain that aspect. Again, if you cannot create a new cycle within your soul, that doesn't mean your soul is going to expire or anything, but you'll probably become part or a dust in someone else's universe when you could have been the soul of the man. Until you learn more to give and to understand the creation process, I guess. So this is what happens when you cannot create another cycle, and this is what the foundation is encouraging us to understand, that you can create another cycle. And normally those who can't is because they can't give. And this is one of the reasons they can't create another cycle. And until they learn more, they have to be part of someone else's universe.
Question. At that point, can you hear me?
Yes.
At that point that you cannot create that, would you be able to learn if you are in that position to get out of that position?
That was the whole point. He said, if you're not a giver and you can't create another cycle, you have to be part of someone else's universe until you learn more. Yeah.
So I'm thinking, using my physical knowledge on how we learn. I believe in that energy state, how would you be able to learn to give what you missed out during your physical state?
I don't know how to answer that, Ike. Does anyone want to share how? Do you want to restate that, Ike? Maybe someone will pick up on it.
Yeah, Okay, it's if we when we die and we are not in a position to create again, we become part of another entity. How are we able to learn if we are part of a different entity? How would you, knowing that we weren't able to create at that energy state, what is the process of learning when you are part of an
Right.
entity?
Yeah, I don't have all the details. I'm just giving you the overview of what he said about when a soul is not created, cannot give, it's unable to create a new cycle on its own, even though the soul is still alive for sure. It doesn't expire like that. And then he said, until you learn more. So there must be a learning process or a correction, or maybe you need to practice giving. I'm not sure. Anyone else want to sort of delve into that? And we're not holding anyone to it, as we know. No one's wrong and no one's 100% right. But do you want to share your understanding? If you couldn't create another cycle on your own and you ended up as a dust in someone else's universe until you learned more, how would you proceed? Go ahead.
Can I jump in, Mark?
Of course.
Like, what a super question. How many people in your lifetime have asked you that question? I'm going to say probably not many. Would you agree?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, not many because they wouldn't allow me to express that.
Okay, but you obviously think it's an important question, right?
Yes, and the reason why growing up as Catholic, I was told about purgatory. I don't know if you remember that term.
What's the
It's
term?
like purgatory. I think it's a midpoint to where you are kind of, you're not in hell, you're not in heaven, so you are at a standstill.
Oh, purgatory.
Yeah.
Okay, I've heard of this. Yes.
Well, like, the thing is, it is an important question, and by ignoring the answer to that question, it allows us to carry on with our misconduct. Or put it another way, it doesn't help us in guiding our proper conduct. So by asking that question, you are now delineating some parameters. Now, what I want to ask you, as a Californian, do you understand the mentality of the people in New York?
Uh, Somewhat, not all the time.
Oh, but you're an American. And America is a melting pot, right?
Yeah, and in a sense, well, the rudeness to New Yorkers, I think some of them are obnoxious. Uh, California is like a gumbo melting pot, so you have different kinds. So you get all kinds in here.
Yeah,
So somewhat,
they often said California was more laid back, where New York was too hustle bustle.
right, steroids, yeah.
Okay, so the point I'm trying to say to you, if you've lived all your life in California, you can't even make that comment on New York. So obviously you've had contact with Easterners, right?
Right.
Yeah, okay. So now, what about Europe? Have you made contact with Europeans?
Yeah, yes, of course, yes.
Okay, so how does their mentality compare to well, how to California?
It's, you know, I I grew up in London, Africa, uh, California. I think those three.
Wow.
So using trying to figure out at that young age how the Europeans is difficult because it's not really, it was not maybe few years like elementary stage, so I wasn't able to interact other than little kids experience.
Okay, I'm really glad you said that. So the point I'm trying to make is that you are like in some degree a world traveler, right?
Correct.
Okay, so that gives you a different perspective. Now, one of the comments that famous broadcaster Tucker made was when he was interviewing the Russian leader. He did this in Russia, and one of his lamentations was that the city was much cleaner than in the United States. Do you recall that?
Yes, Tucker Carlson.
Yeah. But that was one of the outstanding things that he noticed because, I mean, we are a first world nation. And when we go to other countries, we have this feeling of superiority. And even though they may be a first world nation, they're not as good as we are. And that's kind of ingrained in our psyche, whether you're from California or from New York. Would you agree?
Yes, yes. America.
Yeah, America first, and there's nothing wrong with that. You know, home is first, and this is our home. But the point of the matter is that you cannot make a comparison until you experience other cultures or other parts of the universe. And so you don't really know whether or not your conduct is optimum, or you don't even know if, are you at the top of the heap or are you at the bottom of the heap? So I think what I'm trying to say is that as an American, Tucker felt that he was at the top of the heap. But when he went to Russia, he was embarrassed to see,
Humbled.
right?
Yeah, he was humbled.
Humbled, right. So the answer to your question is that if your conduct, which you believe is optimum, and in your passing, you haven't learned, as Mark says, you don't have enough energy at that point, and you don't know that you don't have enough energy at that point to, shall we say, carry on creating the way you have been, and then you become part of another scheme. So what I'm saying to you is you may think that, San Francisco, for instance, is very, very clean. And while the Chinese president was visiting San Francisco a few months ago, it was very clean. And not only did they sweep up the trash, but they swept up all the homeless that were littering the streets.
They cleaned it up real good.
Yeah. And then after the Chinese president left, then, it reverted back, right? So basically, it was a pretend situation. We didn't really learn anything. So what we did in the beginning to cause the littering, if you will, although we, shall we say, swept it under the carpet, during the Chinese visit, it reemerged because we didn't change anything. We didn't learn anything. And we didn't want to. That was the worst part about it. So I think when we say that life is for learning, and we think we've learned enough, and one of the things that we're finding in these classes is that the more we learn, the thing that we really learn is how little we really, really know. I hope I've answered your question, Ike.
Yes, so in a sense, we don't, what we think we are now is probably not how we're supposed to be. So until we are in that position, in that energy state, that's the real essence of learning. Because I can't see how I'm gonna use my physical senses of how to learn and apply it in an energy state and get out of that situation to be able to create. So what you're saying is until I'm in there, that's when I will know.
Yeah,
Well,
so the opportunity for learning is here and now. So this is what you're doing. You're investing the here and now in yourself. So that's the best investment that you could possibly make.
and if you do get into that position, maybe other souls in that environment will give to you to elevate you, to help you to give. And this is the whole process of creating the new cycle. That's why when we do the Dome of Peace and elevation of the world leaders, this is not just something we're doing in the here and now. This process is going to be extended in a way, different reasons, but the same process of giving and receiving in the universe. So I think, again, if you do get stuck in someone else's universe, there'll be other souls if you're willing to accept what they're giving for your elevation as well. And maybe you'll even elevate souls that are lower than you in that same sort of position.
Oh, this is beautiful. Thanks very much, family.
The big fan? Anyone else want to add anything? Let's go to the teaching. If no one wants to say a word or two about this, feel free. Again, you're creating plasmas in a way, just with your interaction that are going out and finding and creating balance and changing things for the better. Even if you're not 100% correct, which no one is. Even the creator makes mistakes, as Mr. Keshe likes to say once in a while. You call it mankind. I guess everyone is contemplating what they've been hearing. But yeah, again, we think we know something, but we, with this whole idea of the birth of Mitra and this whole way it was celebrated and separated, and very few people on this planet can even explain hardly what Mr. Keshe just went through for the last 20 minutes and what it means. But now we have that enlightenment in a way. So this is a beautiful gift, and this is why he keeps saying that we don't want anyone to be abused due to a lack of knowledge. So you become the savior of yourself, or that last man standing, where you can create this new cycle. Otherwise, you go to the default position, I guess, which is something else in someone else's structure. Let's continue here, or let's start here what he was talking about in part of the teaching. And we'll just go a few minutes. Again, this is quite deep and much deeper than we think we understand it, but I think it goes much deeper. But that's wherever you are is fine. There's no problem. We can always understand more.
In the talk and the teaching of last week, we tried to explain how the fields are, what we saw in the ball. How a field in its motion creates its own dimension, and in losing fields or interacting with other fields creates what we call vortexes of fields of interaction. And then these vortexes have, according to their dimension, need to bring about a dimension to themselves, which means while a bigger cluster is created by the actual original field, other clusters are created by interaction of the field by themselves to themselves and forth. And this leads to the creation of body of the man, stone, tree, a galaxy, and the universe. And depending on what the outside environment fields decide, these plasmas take shape, manifest themselves. You put the interaction of these fields in a condition of the field inertia of the plant, and then as a seed of it in a planet, depending what field forces are created around it by the environment of the planet, dictates if it's going to be a shrub, if it's going to be a tree, if it's going to be a root, and then the extension of it, how and the way, how tall it's going to be. And by changing the fields in interaction of the environment, what we call seasons, decides when a plant will have leaves, when it does not have a leaf, but is still alive, and the rest of it. The same as we do. We don't feel the same by the interaction of the fields of our environment during the summer or during the winter. Even the what we call seasonal fields affects our emotion. The planet is still the same. The magnetic fields of the Earth is the same. The inertia of the planet Earth is the same. We are still in the same room, in the same city, in the same environment. But as the fields of the environment changes, our emotion changes. We see direct sunlight, we receive different field strength, we become happy, we become outgoing, we become cheerful. We see the fields not being there, we call it a dark time, the night time, we have a different emotion. It does not change the color of our skin, it doesn't change the color of our eye, it doesn't change anything around us. It's just the interaction of the fields of what the environment has introduced brings different emotion. So we can see by changing the field strength of the environment, we can interact with the field strength within the plasma, creating different emotion, because emotion itself is a field strength, it's a plasma condition. It has a source. A given point in our brain creates that field source where we feel happiness, where we feel joy. Another spot in our brain creates.
And that was the second or third time he's mentioned brain in here. So I know people have said, you know, don't think or don't this and that, but apparently there's a bigger understanding of the brain which we need to achieve. This is a part of these emotions and the creation, and it's part of the interaction of with the soul, I believe. The brain has a very prominent role to play, at least as I'm seeing it at this point. And of course, I don't know a lot.
It's a condition fields where we feel pain, where we feel happiness with the sun ray, where we feel happiness in other plasma fields with a touch, with a kiss. And then you see these plasmas integrated inside each other, create that spot of the brain which has created its own material condition and conformation, the part of the brain which feels emotion. Change this to galaxies. This is how we see the purpose of the stars in the galaxy. We just say there are 100 billion stars in one galaxy. Every one of them has a position, has a job, has an identity. But man has not understood this. Man has tried to break the position, the emotion side of the brain and which part does what. But it's the same in the galaxy. And then when you look, collection of galaxies' job is to create that emotion of happiness for the whole universe. And this is how we feel in that universe. This is why the structure of the humanity has to be changed from killing and destroying, because it has entered in that part of the emotion of the what we call the universe that can affect the others. The universe will interact with the other universes the same, with anger, with peace. Now you understand why the structure of the man's emotion had to be changed, had to be elevated. We set the ground of the knowledge. Is for you to understand the extent of the knowledge. Then you see how the interaction of these combination of the fields of the emotion. Let's talk about happiness in a specific part of the brain. That structure, that happiness has substructures within its plasma, field strength, plasma of their own. Happiness with touch. I love to be touched. But at the same time, I don't like you to touch me. I like somebody else to touch me. I have a different emotion in respect to different touches. And then I decide how this touch comes in. Is it an emotional touch with the material? Is it emotional touch with a person? Is it emotional touch with an animal? So little these plasmas are created within, and the collection of these plasmas create manifestation of the brain part. Structurally, how it feels. Structurally, how it positions itself in a given position. That why do we see the position of the emotions, certain emotions, in a given position where, for example, the nerves, the structure on the physical part of the arm comes. The skin comes. Because it needs to be near to interact, to rapidly expand and impress and leave an impression. Our body has created these dimensions of different fields within itself. So, in a way, one field of a touch becomes that principal touch, going into the body, getting absorbed by the gravitational field. The rest of the fields within that structure near to react, manifest itself. Fields in interaction, transfer, becomes a plasma of the emotion. And what do? A man touches you in the wrong place where you're not happy with, voila, you react physically and a slap on the face. And another man touches you in the same place, another person touches you in the same place, you kiss and cuddle and show affection. But in fact, how the fields are, how the fields enter, how closely they are, it's all patterned how our brain is structured. In a way, a field converts into a plasma and itself takes shapes, builds shapes of itself and manifests itself as a reaction. Does not need to be an object, does not need to be a universe. Reaction itself is a sphere which interacts with your physical body and you manifest yourself in behavior, which is another dimension too. Then we understand the fields, the plasma, The interaction of the field with themselves and with the others, how creates the cycle of life. Then we understand the connection between the emotion of the physicality and the emotion of the soul of physicality and the emotion of the soul of the man, where at different strength they interact, but of the same source. If mankind understand this and be able to connect the dimension of the interaction of the fields of itself, you will live like a chameleon in respect to the body dimension. We create different physical interactions and physical manifestation. If I touch a spot, you go shy and all red. If I touch a spot, you get angry. If I touch the same spot with a finger, you get different reaction. If I touch it with the lips, you get different reaction. If I touch it with a kick, you get different reactions. And you change, but the emotional change, not the chameleon change, is the emotional chameleon. If you understand this, then there must be a part, a section, a spot in the structural body of the man. When you touch, you can, in a way, disappear the physical manifestation. It's a field of strength. And every man possesses that field, that spot. You have to understand how this spot works and what pressure it needs to create what. And the spot is not a physical spot, because then you cannot trigger it on the soul side, which is the field only. I made man in the image of myself. I'm the soul, I created a man. So if man has a spot, as a field of strength, that he can in a way make balance itself with the field of environment to become invisible, then soul has to have the same.
Okay, well, you can see how detailed it is. And again, it's for you to investigate and understand this for yourself, for your own universe. And I think even if you end up in someone else's universe, you still have that potential of a universe that you're carrying with you. But it's just that you need to understand more and to learn how to give in so many ways. And this is the part where we can give. And we call this creation of the Dome of Peace. Let me just see if we can do that. But are there any comments or questions? Perhaps we can answer them. But this is a two-step process in a way of creating this Dome of Peace. And let me just share this background here.
So our,
Yes.
our true essence is just fields, because that's the true essence of every creation.
Yes,
Fields,
I think our
and that
our true
and that's the
nature is
dimension,
non-physical. Yes.
right? It's fields, and that's the dimension that we need to learn, like the ABC of fields, to be able to understand it, because it's really difficult knowing that we are too physical. So everything we have to relate it to our physical way of doing stuff. But the fields has its own dimension, and it's really training. So Mr. Keshe, when he says we know some of these stuff, I get confused. How do we know that we know that? Because I don't even know that I know some of this stuff until he mentions it. That's when I start thinking about it. So how do I know that I know how the fields operate? And the best answer to that, according to Mr. Keshe, is we do that in our sleep. But we don't know how to operate when we are conscious to be able to remember that. It's deep.
Right. Yeah, very deep. As he said, we use the matter state to reach the level of understanding of the soul of the man. So these systems, these support systems and others are helping you gain confidence in really understanding the soul of the man. These are matter state for the most part, as I see it. Again, they're plasmatic and they're far beyond my capability to create them, but they're matter state systems and confidence builders. And once you reach that understanding, you don't need them, but we're using matter state to reach level of understanding of the soul of the man. And you can take that as you wish to. Just the way where he showed you the transmutation with the GANs from a gas to a matter state. And then if you know how to play, you can go from the matter state back into the gas or the energy dimension. And we're using the matter state to reach that level of understanding of the soul. And again, the soul doesn't, it's not readily sharing this. And I mentioned that to Mr. Keshe. I said, it's almost like the soul is saying, catch me if you can. But it doesn't seem to open up as much as you would think as being a total giver and a total gentleman it would do. But we're learning more and more. And I think once you start to pry that open, again, your behavior and the rest is in line, it starts to open up more and more, perhaps. Okay, so this is the part where we can learn a bit about giving, because apparently you'll need that in your future endeavors, and we're all going to get there. Only the creator in Mitra, as I understand it, didn't actually go through this process of death and rebirth, but every other created being did, as I understand it, at this point. So this is the first step in creating the Dome of Peace, and this is releasing of the GANs waters, which, if you're not sure how to make a gas as a nanosolid, or which appears as a nanosolid, it makes a nano of itself and appears as a solid in the matter state. You can go to the Keshe Foundation Wiki and other places. It's quite simple to do, even though many scientists have all tried to figure out the transmutation, and Mr. Keshe has clearly shown this. And again, this is the whole cycle of the creation, energy to matter, back to energy. And this is the secret of the box, as I understand it. So this is the first part of it. The GAN seeks balance. It has intelligence. It knows where to go, and it knows what to do. And every Sunday, we release GAN's waters. Again, up to you. You can release them in any way you want, but this is a process where in a way, you're laying down perhaps another grid pattern. I see this with the Ubisos as well, that Mr. Keshe is setting up some sort of star formation with many of these Ubisos, and this is perhaps connecting. This is part of the process of elevation of the soul of this planet, but it's also, I think, connecting these wellness centers together, and you may be that particular wellness center. So this is the first step in creating the Dome of Peace, which is the releasing of the GANs waters, and it's something for our physicality to do.
I don't know if anyone want to read this Dome of Peace. Anyone want to offer?
I
With
will
a nice
read it
voice.
for you.
Okay.
This is what came in and what is now become a pattern. This from a guy, I don't know him, but it says, please remember this Sunday and every Sunday from now on, till we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet. Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the gas waters around the world at 12 p.m. Central European Time and or 18 p.m. Central European Time every Sunday at the same time as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for participating in this greatest movement by the soul of the man to bring about the peace on this planet as the permanent feature of the life of this planet.
Okay, thank you, Stefania. And as we know, you can embed peaceful, calm, settling emotions of your own within the GANs. It can absorb those intentions of yours to create peace and to create balance. So again, using the matter state to reach the level of understanding of the soul of the man. Now we move to the second process, which is the power of the soul, which again, we didn't even know we had a soul, or in some traditions, we thought it was way out in the universe or somewhere else. And obviously, the religions have actually kept us. This was part of the behind the scenes work in a way to keep us from finding our soul, because this is the power center. This allows you to be that last man standing. But if you think you're just helpless and out there dangling in the wind, then I guess you'll follow any which way. But this is, again, the second step of creating the dome of peace, which is using the power of the soul. And does it go back to giving, what we just talked about, creating another cycle? If you can't give, you're not going to be able to create that new cycle. And so this is why he's saying, I'll handle the matter state of the matter. You practice working with your soul and learning to give. And we can see what he's doing in the matter state in the store and the rest of this. So if you want to create a cycle, you don't have to. You may say, hey, I can't give, or I don't want to give, or this doesn't make any sense, or giving to me is not the way. Well, just think in the future time when you end up in the universe and you don't know how to give. You don't know how to, you have to, I guess, relegate yourself to being a small part of someone else's universe, as I said earlier, when you could have been the soul of the man to create a whole structure. But you can still grow out of that as well.
I mean, beautiful souls in here. Okay, I'll read this beautiful presentation of Dome of Peace. And the Dome of Peace is already here. All the knowledge seekers, truth seekers, lovers of humanity has built it in a way, spreading the guns, loving each other as shareholders. So I will read this as please remember, every Sunday from now on until we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet, Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the Gans waters around the world at 12 p.m. CET and or at 18 p.m. CET every Sunday at the same time, as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for the participation in this greatest movement by the soul of man to bring about the peace on this planet as a permanent feature of the life of this planet. Mr. Keshe suggests we add the next step to create the dome of peace with power of the souls, as we have already going through this with the 2 eyes. And we ask you to spread the Gans waters each Sunday. Now we give you a new path. Now try to unite each other's souls. Try to elevate the souls of humanity, soul of humanity, through your own soul to a level that no one can touch the embodiment of the human race. So beautiful. Choose a time where all of you come together on the soul level in a state of inner calmness. At that time, don't spread the water of Gans, but spread your soul. Unite, and in time, we will make a new race out of the soul of man. And then, instead of doing it once a week, do it all the time. Empty Keshe.
Okay, so let's put up this is where we're going to continue to learn and practice. Screen sharing has failed. Please try again later. What does that mean? Okay, let's try it again. No, screen sharing has failed. Please try again later. Okay, I guess it's, let's try this way. See if we can get this. Here it is. We have it, hopefully. There. Okay, we're going to take 5 minutes, use the collective power. We're not going to take 5, we're going to take 2.5. And again, you can join us on a daily basis at 9 p.m., but we'll cover that after this. And this is where you can start to learn and use the power of the soul. Again, for you in the future to create a new cycle, and for here and now, in a way, elevating yourself, because by giving to the others or creating the conditions for the others to elevate, you become elevated as well. So you can see how this process of giving now on this sort of level actually conditions you for a future time where you'll say, well, I don't know how to give. I never gave before to anybody. I always took from other people. When you get into the universe, you'll know about giving. You'll know about creating this new cycle. So now is the time for us to practice this. So let's take 2.5 minutes of silence. Try to give to the 5+1 peace negotiators. I guess they're still at the table. I know Mr. Keshe talked about going back, not so much for nuclear negotiations, but to bring the new technology on the table. And this is, again, part of the peace negotiations that they've surpassed the nuclear already, so there's no point in negotiating about it because Iran already has it. And elevating the souls of the International Atomic Energy Agency, all souls working for peace in Vienna, and I might add throughout the world, the soul of humanity, the soul of world leaders and religious leaders of planet Earth. So we can see how, in a way, this giving is quite important. Although Mr. Keshe said receiving at one point in time, and we know how he likes to say things that sound contradictory, he said receiving is actually more important than giving. So we probably need a bigger explanation on that. But let's just work on the giving end of it and to create the conditions, and especially at this point in time where Mr. Keshe said we have about a 4 or 5 month window of opportunity to bring the change. And we know what that means within the American administration and Musk and all the other things that have been lined up. So we have this window of opportunity. And as we heard Stefania, don't just do it once a day, do it all the time if you can, even if it's just for a microsecond where you can, we're creating the conditions in this window of opportunity, and it's the best tool we have. I don't think we'll get a meeting with world leaders. We won't be able to show them any advanced technology that we've created, but we can give. And this is our best tool in this point in time for you to use. And of course, it extends into the universe when you make, or when the final bell, or what do they call it? The final extract occurs, and you're called into a different dimension. So let's take 5 minutes of silence, or 2.5 minutes of silence. We can start now and just give to the soul of the world leaders and religious leaders who create the pretext or the conditions for world leaders to then unleash certain bad habits that they have of war and destruction and killing and the rest of this, where we can elevate them to a higher position. And of course, as I keep saying, in that process, you become nourished as well. So I think it's good for you. But again, it's up to you to decide how you want to do this. And we'll start now. Thank you all for your continued participation in this process. And this is how easy the process is. It doesn't take a lot of work. It doesn't take a lot of energy. And if you enjoyed that process, you can join the Universal Council and the Keshe family in uniting on a daily basis at 9 p.m. Central European time or Central European summertime. Right now, we're on Central European time for the elevation of the souls of all leaders and soul of the totality of the Keshe Foundation, creating peace in everything that exists. So, as we've heard from Mr. Keshe, 4 to 5 month window of opportunity. This is the best time. Again, you can be working, you can be changing the baby's diaper or cooking. The physicality is not involved in this process. So whether you can give a microsecond or a minute of your life to this process, again, you become nourished with it, but it's helping to bring the change for humanity to create this permanent, peaceful condition and elevation of all the souls on this planet. And it's teaching you how to give in your next position. Even if you don't end up as dust in someone else's universe, you're still going to have to create a new cycle or a new structure. Perhaps it is a star. And as he said, Mr. Keshe said the Earth started out as a small speck of dust in a way, or a grain. And then it built up and layer upon layer, and over millions and billions of years, the Earth had formed, again, from interactions with the sun and its environment and the universe. But this process took some time. But as we know, in the universe, there is no time. That's only confined to the matter state. So join us on a daily basis. It's the collective awareness by giving that will create this position of peace. And most people on this planet are totally unaware that they have such a power to do that. But I think they'll be getting more, could we call it woke in the coming time? Not the kind of woke that we've been used to, but awakening to your capacities and capabilities as a entity made in the image of the creator, so to speak. Sorry about that. Okay, I think it's time we moved on now to the next part of the program, which Alex is always cooking up a new teaching or a twist on an old teaching. Again, I try to follow as closely as I can. Not all of us understand at the level Alex is delivering, but we try to incorporate whatever we can into our structure from his beautiful teaching that, again, he's made with emotions and caring and sharing and giving. So thank you, Alex, for joining us this week, and please carry on as you see fit.
Thanks very much, Mark. Thanks for bringing the train forward here. And let's take care of some important business here. And let's see how this works.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
Thank you very, very much for this. And let's see if we can move on to the next level.
There it is.
And what a beautiful Sunday afternoon it is in some parts of the world. And I want to welcome everybody here. It's a very important time. We say that every week because it is, and because we are seeing the changes. And so these changes are very, very important for whatever we're trying to accomplish. And so we need to know what we're trying to accomplish. So let's not make any mistake about it. The Keshe Foundation is all about bringing peace to this planet and to the universal community, and therefore to the universe. And why not? What is wrong with peace and prosperity? This Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute teachings on plasma science. We're in the advanced transmutation series. Today's topic is color integration. My name is Alexander. I am from Canada. It is December the 22nd, 2024. And this is part of the Keshe Foundation North American Plasma Education Series. Well, it's hard to believe. This is the 6th in a class of 6 with respect to advanced transmutation, which we started way back in 2020. And we see a series of advanced teachings. But please remember, all of these are really, really very basic. It's just to help us more. So making sure that the mature students have an ability to present in their own way and in a different way, offering many opportunities to describe what it is that we're doing and still try and make it welcome for the new knowledge seekers, because we have over 6,000 hours of teaching, and that's not even an accurate guess. But today we're going to be talking about color integration and what exactly that means. And it's a continuation of what we talked about last week, which was color density. So we have to understand that we're on the hesitancy highway. That is the lowest energy state. And a lot of people don't understand that there are different energy states. And some are lower and some are higher. And we happen to be in the physicality in the lowest. And so we try and sweep our lack of understanding under the carpet, but there's nothing to sweep and there's nothing to put under the carpet. We have to remember that we can't put the cart before the horse. The horses have eaten all the apples. And here we go from cartwheels to color wheels. We have to ask, is it skill or is it luck? And how deep is skin deep? What does that mean? We often think of that as only referring to beauty. So our search for outer space is really seeking the gravitational merging to the plasma highway, to our little pie in the sky. And as we say, our little pie, well, why is it always our little pie? You know, what about the rest of the universe? And why are we always so happy with the smallest section? And so we find that there actually is a pie chart of prejudice. And this is limited by the speed of light, which limits the transmission. And we often wonder where we are. Okay, but maybe we also have to wonder who we are, because the speed of light has variable transition. And the question really is are we disconnected from the source? And we know that we have differences. Some of us are black, some of us are white, and some of us are in between. And then the rest of the universe, well, that's just light years away. So we measure everything by light. But is that what happens to our little tiny world? We cut it up according to the light. We have this prejudice. I want this pie. I don't want that pie. Can I have another pie? Can I have another piece of the same pie? Or maybe I just want it all. And can you really do it? Well, let's see what the Earth has to say, because the Earth has this periodic table of prejudice. And in that table, we have details. And this is in the Earth space range. And these details really amount to a lot of elements. And each of these elements are organized very nicely. This chart is nice colors, but it's also numerical. And this numerology refers to density. And without showing the full range on this table, we are now discovering that there are more elements beyond what we see on the periodic table of elements that we've seen in school. And there are more elements on the periodic table of elements in the universe. So we don't have all the periodic table of elements. We don't have all those elements here. There is another periodic table of elements, which is of a different kind of prejudice. And so it's not an earthbound prejudice. And we wonder about this prejudice because when we look at the zodiac reference, we see a different kind of pie. It's still a round pie, but this pie has 12 pieces in it. And each pie is 30 degrees. And that's how we figure it out, that there are 360 degrees in this pie. And 360 degrees is a nice even number. So the key reference here is that it's circular. It's a field and it's all encompassing. The fact that it's about 26,000 years to go around this pie, yeah, well, that's, that's just the way it is. So what do we see? We just see our captured field. And to capture that field, we have eyes. And when we look at our eyes, the eyes are white. And there's an iris, and that is colored. And then there's a pupil in the center, and it's black. So we literally have all the colors of the rainbow and all the colors going from white, which is all colors, to black, which is no color. And we all bring it together in this captured field. And that's what we see. That's our field. That's our little piece of the pie. And that's all there is. So, enjoy it. However, we've had to take a different perspective. There used to be a company called Kodak, and it used to make photographs. But these photographs were actually positives. And the positives had all this color. And the positives were created from the negatives. Now, where did the negatives come from? Well, the negatives came from the camera that you used And so that film was developed and a negative was created. And then light was shone through that negative to, shall we say, create a positive. And that positive was printed, and that was the business plan. And we did that with pictures, we did that with film. And so that was a very interesting thing until we got into the new graphics revolution that we have now. The point I want to bring out to you is that in order to create the photograph, we created it from a negative. So we're talking about something in an opposite pole. And for years and years, this is the only reference we had to opposite poles. Now we see there's night vision. And what night vision is kind of an opposite polarity, isn't it? Because this is a police camera trying to catch down burglars who are trying to run through a forest at night, which of course is very difficult to see at night. So in order to see them, they had to use night vision. And that night vision was the opposite, like a negative. And what is interesting, the dark areas, that's the ground. The lighter areas, well, the vertical light areas, well, those are the vertical people. But they are not as bright as the four culprits that you see. They are really bright, bright white. And those are the horizontal people that are running away with their goodies that they stole. And so, of course, that gives the law the opportunity to enforce the law and restore the peace by being able to track them and catch them. And another area that we look for tracking and catching, of course, is in X-rays. Now, the interesting thing about X-rays is that we can't see them, but they have a gravitational field effect. And in that process, they have a materialization effect. So in other words, things that are more dense, we can see with X-rays, and things that are not dense, well, we don't even see them. So for instance, we can see the heart, and we see that the heart is materializing before the brain, but we can't see the blood. And this blood is coursing through the body. And interestingly enough, it doesn't course through the brain, it goes around the brain. So there's a difference. But still, the X-ray is a negative, if you will, and it can see right through you, and hopefully you're positive. So we discussed last week about paints. And so we took an acrylic paint and we put it on a canvas. And this is what we could see. We could see the physical colors of the paint. And we all did this when we were children with our finger painting, and we blended the colors together. And we see that we could overlap the colors, and by density of the paint, we could develop through certain techniques, we can create a form. And we used many techniques, and that's part of the learning process. And then we came up with this image, which is a picture. And the paint, of course, reflected the density. And then, of course, these colors were all overlapping. And it's a real problem for our vision, isn't it? Because our eye moves digitally. But the picture is an analogous blur fill. Who does the filling? Well, obviously it's the brain. the brain is interpreting the digital movement, but we all know that there's a gap in between each digital move. And so we really have adapted to the digital world. But the problem with the digital world is it's in point form. And life doesn't work like that. Life is analogous. So we find that this is kind of contrary to the image of the world that we see. So we make these things up because we have that skill. And that skill is based on light manipulation. And the only light manipulation that we seem to acknowledge is the light that we see. And so we manipulate that light through diffraction. We scatter the waves, or we converge the waves. We can focus them. There is a subject like refraction, reflection, and yeah, we can bend the light. And so this is all part of the teaching of Marantevakoli Keshe, as we see in book number 1, The Universal Order of Creation. And we see how these matters come together, and some are very colorful, like our color palette, and some are kind of dark, and some are kind of strange colored. But they all come together, and they give us the image that we have of this universe. And this image, well, came from somewhere. So book number 2 talks about the structure of the light. And did we know that the light had a structure? Well, we found out last week that the structure of light is based on the density. So that's one of the components of the light. We know that the light has various colors. We know it has different attributes and different characteristics. And we all know that it goes from here to there. And the only proof that you need is to grab a flashlight, put some batteries in it, and turn it on. And you will see how you can create light. And then book number 3 is The Origin of the Universe, which is kind of strange because you take the one point, you split it up, kind of the way you do with the scattering of light, but it doesn't just scatter anywhere. It seems to converge in our little perfect tiny world and the sister universe. And of course, as per usual, we always get the short end of the stick. So our little tiny universe is the tiny part of this relationship. This is very unfair. And so we've tried for 357 weeks with Rick Crammon and the Universal Council to bring fairness and justice to the world by bringing the world peace. And the only way that you can do that and understand that is that we are one planet, one nation, and one race. Well, how do we do that when our Earth is a place of prejudice? But there are different kinds of prejudice. So, for instance, prejudice in terms of performance, in terms of conduct. And to help us with that, we had 10 commandments. And that was very prejudicial because there were 14 that were missing. And so that gives us 24. And is that all there is? Are there more commandments? Well, as far as the earth is concerned, you know, we pretty well got everything covered. We were having trouble learning all these commandments, and we seem to break them a lot. And now here we are a couple of days from the North American Christmas. And it's a time for peace on earth, isn't it? It's a time for goodwill of man. So that takes care of that one day. And it's the other 364 days that we have to worry about it, because all those days are on the plasma highway. And this is what we're trying to do. We're trying to get on that highway, but we find ourselves on the lowest energy state, the transmission highway. the physicality, and we relate that to the carbon-12, and we've tried to elevate to the transition highway, which involved not only just the carbon-14, but also the carbon-10. And isn't it interesting that the carbon-14 and the carbon-10 total up to 24? But when you go on the transmutation highway, the 14 becomes 16 and the 10 becomes 8, and there you go, 8 and 16 is 24. There's that 24 again. Very interesting. So we need to establish a good foundation, and every good foundation needs a cornerstone. Well, how do you get a cornerstone out of spheres? Because that's how the world is presented. Our world is round, but generally speaking, our homes are square or rectangular, but the color wheel is round, and so is the sky, and so is the rest of the universe. And so that's how we perceive things, isn't it? And it's kind of an anomaly because everything is kind of round and curvy, and yet in engineering terms, we like to have straight lines and sharp corners. So we see that we have choices, we have relationship choices. And what we discovered is that we have to go through various dimensions, but each dimension has dimensions. So if we're talking about the transmission dimension, which is comprised of the X, Y, and Z axis, those are your three dimensions, and they make a complete dimension. And we wonder how we get to the transition dimension. And we've evolved to get the X, Y, and Z axis in the transition dimension and complete that. And then from there, we get the transmutation dimension, which also has three dimensions, the X, Y, and Z axis. And the whole thing is, these are all just a medium. There's still a message. And what is the message? And so when we talk about the structure of light, and we say it goes from somewhere and goes to somewhere, does it only represent the duality? Well, how can that be? Because clearly we have three dimensions. So there's more. So if we look at these three dimensions, we can see that one dimension creates two, as we see in book number 3. And these dimensions that are created are different energy strengths. So we have the universal field strength. We have the field strength of the sister universe. And we have the field strength of our little tiny perfect world. But our little tiny perfect world is cut into 3 segments. And only one of those segments is the physical one. And it's nice colors. And so that's the transmission dimension. And then to go between these 3 dimensions is a transition. And if we want to go to the highest energy level, then we talk about transmutation. Well, that takes care of that, doesn't it? So how do these different dimensions relate? And so we talked about the surface to volume ratios, and the most important thing that we had to understand is that there were 2 feeding dimensions, and they created a feedback dimension, which fed back to the feeding dimension, which in fact meant that the feeding dimensions had a duality. They were feeding and they were part of the feedback, because you don't continuously feed. You have to know how much to feed. You have to know if it's enough. You have to know what to feed. Are you feeding what is necessary, or are you just feeding for feeding's sake, just to pretend that you're doing the right thing. Well, I eat a really good diet. Okay. So that's part of the feeding dimension, what you're eating. Is that the only feeding dimension? And there are other feeding dimensions. And so this is what we've always been discussing, because they affect us in our dimension, which is the observer dimension. And because we're not precise enough, then we fudge things. And that's how we got this pi. It's only 3.14 and a bit and a bit. And, who really cares what that bit is? The 3 is the most important part, isn't it? So in the conservation of energy, we have these 3 states where we can travel from the matter-gen state and have a convergence based on susceptibility. And that susceptibility could arrive us at the atomic state, the nanostate, or the GAN state. And all 3 of these states are in the physical state. But, we can go up and we can go down. And the point of the matter is that there is a balance. And so we always say it's equal. But, a lot of people think that they're more equal than others. And so could we say that the GAN state, which is of a higher energy state, is more equal than the nano state, which is at a lower energy state? Yeah, if you were prejudiced. However, how do you create the nano state? Because there is a prejudice to create the nano state. And if you have this creation of the nanostate from the GAN state, then it can't possibly be equal. So something is either left over or it's gone somewhere else. And then the same applies if you go from the nanostate to the atomic state, but then the same applies if you go from the atomic to the nanostate. So wait a second. You can be equal on the same state, or you can be equal between states. And this is all based on magnetical and gravitational relationships. Okay, so, and then that's just the states. But how do you get to these states? So there's a transfer state, and that too has to have a convergence and a divergence. And it too is a two-way street. So this transfer state takes you to the transition matter. And from the transition matter, there's another transfer state, and that takes you to another state. So there are two transfer states. Two transfer states representing duality. And everything else that we've looked at is in 3 dimensions. So are you seeing what's missing? We'll be talking about that more in the future. And this is just to, shall we say, point the way. Because the creation of the universe was created from energy. It exists from energy. And since energy is always positive, then the charge, being positive or negative, isn't about the energy, it's about the motion of the energy and the direction. And the direction is very important, because if you're based on the structure of light, then the light has to come from here and go somewhere. So things are working in combination. But as we found with the conservation of the laws of energy, you can go from state to state. So when we're looking at the combination, that combination could be within a state, or it could be between states. And not only, but for simplicity, the plasma rule is the higher strength feeds the weaker strength. And in our point of view, we see that as a point of conflict. And it's true, it is a binding zone, because it brings the combatants together. But it can also be a point of convergence. it can be, instead of a point of conflict, it can be a point of conflict resolution. And how do you do that? So how does nature do it? It becomes a point of containment, doesn't it? So when you look at your physicality, that's your point of containment. And it's created from energy binding systems. So that energy binding, that containment is self-serving. But when we steal it from someone else, then we create a problem because that person needs an energy binding for self-serving needs. And now there's a deficiency. And so there's a choice now to be made. Do they retaliate against you to try and get their energy back? Which, of course, they would have to expend more energy. Or do they draw more energy from the original source? Well, do we know that we do that? So how can we increase the amount of energy that we get? And so we found that the increase in energy comes from what we call synergy, where you get the bigger one plus the smaller one, and you can put them together because 1 and 1 is not necessarily the same one. It's not the same strength. It's not the same size. But so what you get is you could get more than the both combined. And so if we take this example of a truck with a trailer and add another trailer, we have a truck with 2 trailers. So 1 and 1 is more than 3, because you also have a driver and you have a load, and then you can bring more of that load. And when you deliver that load, you don't scrap the truck and the trailer, you reload. And so you're able to do this again. And that's what we're doing with the cups of life, precisely. We created a pattern in physicality, and we created a nanocoding process, which was part of the monatomic science. So not atomic, but monatomic. And we enlisted the services of the emotional strength and the strength of the inner core. And we developed emotional GANs and physical GANs. So we called one cup the emotional first cup and the second cup the physical second cup. But there are more cups. And so the first 2 were the cup of man, but the cup of man is part of life. That's why we call it the cup of life. And we were able to create other ganses, such as carbon dioxide and calcium, copper and zinc and water and amino acid, and even to create gold. And the fact of the matter is we can create all the elements on the periodic table of prejudice, because the earth, you see, is prejudiced, and demonstrates that because we could create the GANs of every single element on this planet. And you can see they come in different colors. And although some may look similar, there are differences in shading. So they are distinctive. They are distinctive as a fingerprint. And so these are the manifestations of the principal matter coming down as a magnetical force field and converging into our earthbound state, converging the principal matter, the transition matter, and the convergence matter into what we call the plasmagen. And there's a conversion of that plasmagen, but it's restricted to plasma state until we take into account the earthbound state, which is also a maggrav. And so when we combine these 2 fields, we create a field interaction, which we call inertia, and we create another maggrav. And that maggrav could be our physicality. So in simple terms, these are the matter plasma dimensions. And one is physical, one is plasmatic. And the physical is gravitational because we can touch it and see it, but the plasmatic, which we call the feeding, is magnetical. We can't touch it or can't see it. But in both cases, we can sense it. So really, when we talk about the connections of the matter state with the rest of the life and the universe, we can see that the matter state is really an affirmation of life, because isn't it a convergence of all the matter state energies coming together, either in a plasma state or in a physical state or both? But since we are what we call matter state dominant, then maybe it's not so much an affirmation of life, but a denial of life, because we're only seeing the one aspect of the life, and most of us are only seeing the physical part anyway. And so, you know, we're taught at a very, very early age, and, you know, when we do painting, and, you know, we want to bring all the colors of the rainbow together. So, you know, maybe we started with a blob of red, a blob of yellow, and a blob of blue. And, you know, when we mess them all up, we can create a color palette with 7 different colors, ranging from red to violet. And these are all colors that we use to paint with. And strangely enough, if we put all the colors together, we get this really murky brown color. So we're missing a few colors here. So for instance, we're missing black, we're missing white, and that's not the way our TVs are done. They work on a color wheel. And that color wheel is the combination of red, green, and blue. And although all the colors are here, and we say it's a color wheel, but we can manipulate this color wheel. Remember the light manipulation we were talking about? So one of the ways we can do that is by changing the effect of the red, green, and blue shading to go from 0 to 100. And if we have all the colors, we get white. And if we have no color, then we have the black. So this is not a painting. This is the light that's emitted from the monitor, the computer monitor or the screen, or even the light. This is the light that you look at and absorb. So let's look at a picture. And so here's a picture, and we've decided to take the red out. Gone. We just have the green and the blue. And so we can see some images, and it's, you know, it's kind of a funny color. And we only took the red out, which is only one piece of the pie. Well, what if we change things up and get a different piece? How about we put the red back and we get rid of the green? Well, what a wonderful picture that is. Lots of detail. How's your eyesight? Okay, well, that's a funny pie. How about we take the blue out and we just had the red and the green? Oh, well, here we go. The red and the green give us yellow. It's a little bit better picture, but it still looks kind of funny, doesn't it? Well, what does the picture really look like? So let's put all the colors back. And now this is very realistic. There's a picture of a plane flying over a body of water with birds in the water. And this is a very, very plain Jane color. In fact, all the colors are balanced. and all the colors are there. We just started with red, green, and blue, and yet we got all the colors in the color wheel and the different shades. So what does that mean? So when we're looking at our soul positioning, what we're doing is we're taking the color in through our eyes, which is not paint, but it's color, it's light. It's the color of light, and it's absorbed. And our eye moves digitally, but our brain fills in the gaps and gives us an image. And so that image is a conversion. So that becomes not only a conversion, but a convergence, where we have this inertia feeding vision. In other words, all this light comes together and feeds us. And then we have this plasmatic symbiosis of all the colors. And so this is what we determine as our physical reality. It's like the paint that we paint on a canvas. That's our physical reality. But oh, we know the truth. And the truth is that that physical reality that we see came from somewhere. And so the new truth is that there is a plasma reality. And what we're seeing is the interpretation of that plasma reality. And that's how we create the physical reality. So what is our aura? And so when we look at the soul of physicality, it looks like a color wheel. It has different colors. But we find that our aura encapsulates the body. And within our body, we have different parts of the body. Let's say, for instance, we have a kidney, we have a heart, we have lungs. Each of those has a field strength. Each of those is in a field containment. And all those fields are within the field of the body. So all of these fields are overlapping. And so all of these fields are representative of the colors to create this field. And so the topic today is the color integration. How do these colors come together to create the attributes of these fields? And what's missing? Same stuff is missing. Because we have all the colors. Not only do we have all the colors, but all of the colors represent all of the periodic table of prejudice that the Earth space has. And we share it. So we have, and we are composed of, all of the elements of the periodic table of the Earth. That's why we were born on Earth and not on Mars. And so when we bring all of the colors together, that color is white. That color is coming to us. One more color. How about the black color? So the only color that we really have on our body that is truly black is the pupil of our eyes, which means it's no color. So when you don't have a color, then you have nothing. So it's black. But when you have every color, it's white, but we don't see that. And we don't see the other colors that constitute our auras unless we have what we call clairvoyance. So in other words, that we can see the aura around the body and we can see the color. And then we can see the truth, whether or not that aura is white or whether that aura happens to be at some point red or happens to be at some point green. And Why not? Because when we look at the gravitational conformation of the Earth, we find that the gravitational convergence of hydrogen comes from the interaction of the magnetical field of the sun, the magnetical field of the Earth, the magnetical field of the universe coming together. And it is specific. It is specific to hydrogen. It has a fingerprint, which we can see in the emission spectrum. The emission spectrum is specific to hydrogen. And it's specific to hydrogen wherever that hydrogen is in its physicality. And it's different from oxygen, which is gravitationally come the same way. But it has a different emission spectrum. So it is still showing a visible color spectrum. It is still showing a unique fingerprint. But the color integration is different from the color integration of the hydrogen. So if the periodic table of prejudice has a specific integration, what does that mean for us? Are we just a magnetical residue? The residue from the gravitational attraction of plasma fields interacting with the magnetical repulsion of plasma fields, the combination of the convergence and the divergence? We must be, because we are all independent and we're all variable and we're all interdependent on this universe, because it doesn't matter if you're more equal than I am, you're still on planet Earth. And it doesn't matter if you're more equal than I am, you're still part of the universe. And you are dependent on the universe. So you may think you're more equal, but you're just as interdependent as I am. And so how do we communicate with that? Because everything that we see comes through the pupil of our eye. So we find that we have this supergranular layer that encapsulates our brain. And it's only 3 layers thick. And those layers are all one cell. So it's 3 cells thick. So it's very efficient, isn't it? And what it is a transition layer. And that transition is what we have in our understanding of our physicality and what we emit. Well, how do you emit your physicality when you've absorbed all of this light and you've converted it and you've converged it, you've focused it within your light, with your retina, just like a camera. And so the image that you have is not only negative, but it's upside down, because it's inverted in every single direction. And then if you emit, if you look at what you're doing in physicality, then you have to somehow project that. And it's got to be right side up. And it's got to be there for everybody to see, wherever you are on this planet. So the Earth is a physical manifestation, and each of us is an independent variable, interdependent on the Earth, and each of us is unique. And if you're looking at this Earth and you say, hey, where do you come from? Well, at 3 o'clock, I am so-and-so. But at 12 o'clock, I am so-and-so, someone else. And at 9 o'clock, I'm someone else. And since our clock has 24 hours in a day, there's that 24 again. So maybe 3 o'clock is in the middle of the afternoon and the light is shining. And maybe 9 o'clock is in the evening and it's dark. So we could say, well, at 3 o'clock, you are a shining person. And at 9 o'clock, well, you're kind of dark. But you see, the earth is rotating. So now you're kind of dark at 9 o'clock, but at 3 o'clock, you're going to be shining. So it's really hard to determine what you are, isn't it? Because we keep going round and round. So the earth keeps going round and round, but you know, we go round and round with it. So what we see is where we are and what we are, and we see that by what we absorb. But if someone else is looking at us, then they're trying to figure out who we are. And if someone else is looking at us, and what we are is a convergence of this light and this energy, then at 3 o'clock, this is the energy that we get. And this is our little piece of the pie. Yep, that's my pie. Not your pie, it's my pie. But we all know that there are many pieces of the pie. And so, you know, there's a 3 o'clock pie and there's a 9 o'clock pie. But at that particular point, that's the convergence that I get. And that is the unique color that is converging, the unique gravitational confirmation of my existence at that particular point in time on that rotating sphere. And don't blink because I'm moving. So wherever I go, regardless of what I absorb, there is a field of containment around this world. And that field of containment takes into account the earth and everything that we see. And it takes into account all of us who are on this earth at the same time. So what we're absorbing is the gravitational confirmation. But what we have as a containment is the magnetical field around which is containing our little tiny perfect world. So we find that this attribute is just not individual. All of us share this. So all of us, regardless of what point we are on the earth, we get this gravitational confirmation. And so this confirmation obviously comes from some source and converges within our confirmation and gives us a unique, shall we say, fingerprint. And this is all comes to us as light. And then we manifest into the physicality just the same way that the earth manifests into physicality. But since the earth rotates around, we have different places on the earth, and we have different people in different places on this earth. And so each of us is an individual, and each of us is variable. And yet we are all interdependent on the same thing. And the reason 7 is so important is because that's the number of days in the week that we have. So, you know, it needs to fit, doesn't it? Story needs to fit. And so each of us have our own little piece of pie and say, well, you know, I'm in North America, or you're in Europe, and maybe you're in Australia. So, you know, each of us has our own piece of the pie. And it doesn't matter how many times we rotate around, we still have our own piece of the pie. And, we can move from piece to piece. And what do we have when we move to another piece? Well, we just still have that piece of that pie. So really, you can only have one piece of the whole pie at any one time. But it's not to say it's the same piece, because we can travel. Well, there was a story that was called Noah and his Ark. And this story was familiar to all of us in all 7 civilizations. So 7 pieces of the pie, 7 civilizations, same story. Same story. So the great flood, the great transgenerational wash, and it's been carried forward. And almost religiously, we all know that story, don't we? But it happened sometime. We don't know when it happened. Anytime you ask, when did it happen? We don't know. What do we base it on? And who knows, who cares? I mean, let's face it. The zodiac is 26,000 years, and the lifespan of an average human is 60 to 100 years, subject to misfortune or fortune, however you look at it. But what we do know is that all of this is created by light, and we know that because we can see a rainbow in the blue sky, or maybe during a rainstorm, it's kind of the gray sky. But then suddenly we see a rainbow, and we see that the blue is on the inside and the red is on the outside. But it's only within a narrow band, narrow range. And then there's beyond that range, the infrared and the ultraviolet. So it's still a color, but it's not visible. But one thing we know for sure is that we know that it is circular and goes around. And so there was a beginning point and an end point, and then of course there's an in-between point. And wherever it is on that point, it's the same attribute. Blue is on the inside, the red is on the outside. And so do you pay attention to that? Because that is the light that we're absorbing, isn't it? So when we look at something in the sky, we have to ask ourselves the question, is it a rainbow or is it a reflection? Well, isn't this strange? Here we have what appears to be another rainbow, but the red is on the inside and the blue is on the outside. Strange, isn't it? And so we talked about the holographic universe, which is an interpretation of light. And so when we look at the connections of our light, is it an affirmation of life or is it a denial of life? And when we look at a hologram, is that the image that we project, or is that the image that we see? And so they say, well, you've heard this before, life is an illusion. So what we're talking about is the blending of fields and how we take one field and overlap with another field, and we've learned how to create a black hole. Well, we have this hole in our eyes, so we're absorbing a lot of stuff. And we see that things come in combination. And not just 1 and 1, but 1 and 2 and 1 and more. And we have rotating fields, and they don't all rotate in the same direction. But there's one thing for sure about the rotation is there's a curvature. And when you look at that curvature and we say, well, wait a second, we notice that there's a curvature in the rainbow. And sometimes that curvature is blue and sometimes that curvature is red. And what does that mean? And so we find that that curvature means density. And so the color that's coming to us, the blue is on the inside and the red is on the outside. But if it's a reflection, then that is opposite. Well, what happens when we change the medium? Well, then we have refraction. And they say refraction in physics is a change in direction of a wave passing from one medium to another caused by its change in speed. So, for example, a wave traveling in deep water is traveling faster than in shallow water. How do we know that? Well, when we look at the frequency of the violet, it is at a higher frequency, and it's on the inside. And the red, which is at a lower frequency, is on the outside. And so the higher frequency has higher energy and the lower frequency has lower energy. That's pretty standard. But there's a relationship to the wavelength. So the wavelength actually has to change to compensate. Why? Because the color of the light and the speed of the light have a relationship. So the speed of light is the same, but the color of light is variable. And so this is where the problem comes in, is when we're talking about the yellow submarine drifting in the sea of green, and then, trying to elevate our understanding, we find that, we are really in a really, really low state. We're stuck somewhere in between and trying to navigate all of this. And now we understand what color density is. So the refraction is a change in density. And the refraction is a change in wave speed. So the wave is a physical manifestation of the speed of light passing through the medium. So the wavelength actually represents the change in color. And if the wavelength changes, so does the frequency. So the frequency represents change in color. And if the speed of light is the same, then the speed of light has to be the same in a density. Because we find that the color refracts the same in all cases. So the color and the light are the same. The refraction is not bound by the color. The refraction is bound by the density. The color integration is the same in a particular density. Now, why I'm harping on this is because I missed this point when I was going to school, because we always thought that refraction meant that the light would change speed. And so that's what caused the change in the angle of the light. But it was the change in the wave speed. Missed that point. so we can bend the light. And so as we talked about in 2 dimensions, basal surface to volume ratios, the negative is the higher surface to volume, so it has a higher negative charge. And the connecting point in between is positive. So if we take that straight line and put a bend in it, we have now created another dimension with a relationship of negative to positive. So the pointy end of the bend is negative and the dull end is positive. And we find that this is an important relationship between hydrogen and oxygen. And it doesn't have to be a sharp bend, it can be a curvature. And so we find that the hydrogen is negative, the oxygen is positive. There we are with that negative positive again. And we find the same thing happens with our alpha linoleic acid, which is an essential fatty acid. But this fatty acid is slightly alkaline. And what we refer to as omega-3, 6, and 9 are the bend points. And on these bend points, so as we know, the pointy end is negative, and there's 3 pointy points. And so we can create 3 hydrogens and connect it to the oxygen. And so this is how we create water. And so the essential fatty acid, of course, is in oil. So when you create the fatty acid, you also create water. And the oil and water don't mix. And this is a good thing because otherwise you'd all be sitting in a puddle. But what happens when we have a double rainbow, and, you know, life is for learning. So wait a second. If we say the blue is of a higher frequency and it's on the inside, but when we look at the double rainbow, which is a reflection of the first rainbow, we find the red is on the inside and the blue is on the outside. And then you've got this gap in between. And you can see that it's of a different color. It's kind of a darker color, if you will. It's not really a color, it's just a shade. There's more shade. And so this is what people refer to as crossing the Bordeaux. You can travel along this band, and we do. This is part of the peace dome. And so we can decide, is this me or this is not me? And so because we're matter state, we say, okay, well, in the physicality, this is me. But, you know, once we die, well, that's not me. So we have a new philosophy. When you die, go home and take your body with you. And so the matter plasma becomes a point of view. And our earth point of view is the feedback. So we find that the double rainbows give us a dimension transcendence. This is the transmission zone, our feedback. But the feeding is the light. And that light comes from a source. And that source comes at soul speed. Soul speed, not visible. And it isn't in 2 dimensions where we say E equals mc squared, where the c is the speed of light, but we know that that's a relationship between the wavelength and the frequency. But it's not in 2 dimensions, it's in 3 dimensions. So this energy is equal to the mass times the wavelength times the frequency cubed. And if we believe that, there's still no accounting for the change in energy. All what we've accounted for is the mass. And so we see that the light has a mass, and that the light is a manifestation of the soul. then the soul has a mass. And so when we look at the convergence of all the pieces of pie on this planet, and we see how they come together, it isn't just red planet, and it isn't just a blue planet, but rather it's orange and yellow and green and blue and dark blue and purple. And then, of course, we have the gravitational force field in the center. And so we find that this is the transmission spectrum that we have from the non-visible speed of plasmatic rotation to the speed of visible transmission spectrums. So the transitions spectrum have a susceptibility, and that is between the surface superficiality, which is representative of our physicality, and the internal substance, which is representative of our plasma substrate. And so it's that narrow band in the electromagnetic spectrum right in the center there, which is the point of containment, which is representative of the plasmatic interaction, which manifests in terms of physicality. This is what we can see. This is what we can touch. It's a manifestation of all of those colors, which are all representative of light, which comes together within that density at the same speed. And the maximum speed is the speed of light. And so the variability is based on frequency and wavelength and the integrity of the color convergence. But beyond that, there is no color that we can see unless we're clairvoyant or unless we're transmuting, which is really taking us one step beyond. And what we can see clearly in the magnetical side is that the bandwidth of the wavelength is much narrower than the bandwidth on the gravitational side. So we know that the gravitational side is stronger. And in that gravitational side, we go into the ultraviolet, the X-rays, and the gamma rays. And then there's another step beyond. So there's a step beyond the gravitational side and a step beyond the magnetical side. And this is all governed by the conservation of susceptibility. So we are all independent plasmatic variables where we have the relationship of the magnetical gravitational force fields on one side, representing the magnetical susceptibility, and the magnetical gravitational force fields on the other side, representing the gravitational susceptibility, and they form a maggrav. But what we're not saying is at what energy state. We haven't decided that. This is just the conservation of susceptibility. So when we're looking at the nonlinear trinity, we can see that the different elements on the periodic table of elements, some are higher, some are lower, and there's a continuity. And it's in 3 dimensions. And there's a convergence of forces. And we can represent those forces through rotation. And we can represent those forces through color, whether the color is an emission or whether the color is a reflection. And when we put it on the transmutation quadrants, then we can find that there are magnetical and gravitational representations which take us from, say, the physical dimension to the plasmatic dimension. But there's a range as well. So these quadrants have different characteristics. And the integrity of those characteristics is based on either the absorption or the emission of the color into that field, understanding that it is constantly rotating and as such is maintaining its position based on nearness and proximity to an adjoining field, because it's an interdependent universe. And so our color integrity then is based on what's inside. So then what's inside, which is the substance, is different from what is on the outside. And we've reviewed that. But let's review what's on the inside. Is it red? Is it orange? Is it yellow? Is it green? Is it blue? Or is it dark blue? Or is it purple? Is this what we see? What we see is on the surface. So, is it true? Is that what's on the inside? Or would this be more representative of what's on the inside? Because we can't see the color. The color integration is all of those colors. Because the periodic table of prejudice on this earth is all the elements. And all the elements constitute all the colors. And we are constituted on this earth. So we are also constituted of all the colors. And when you have all the colors together, then that becomes on the white side. And we absorb, since we absorb all the colors, we can't see those colors, and that's on the inside. So what we absorb is all the colors. What we are on the inside is all the colors. And that's our gravitational confirmation. So on the inside, we're no color, or we're all colors. But on the outside, the outside is a reflection of our emissions. And our emissions are kind of based on which piece of the pie we're born in, or which piece of the pie we have an affinity to. And can that be changed? So, realistically speaking, we are all an independent variable. And since our Earth is rotating, you may be light at 3 o'clock and you may be dark at 9 o'clock. But the 9 o'clock becomes 3 o'clock and the dark will become the light and the light will become dark. So that's not the criteria, is it? So when we go back to the beginning and there were no planets, there was no atmosphere, and there was no water, we just had a field of energy. And in the beginning, well, you know, the sun had to be here before Mercury. And of course, Mercury had to be here before us. And then it went on and on and on. And as each one came on, then we were able to create more parts of the universe. So we created our own tiny perfect world. And we have a much bigger sister universe. And all what we see is our physicality. But our physicality is an amalgamation of the energy fields coming together and the convergence and being demonstrated by our gravitational confirmation. And so in the beginning, that gravitational confirmation was a neutron. That came before the atom, and it's from the atom, the splitting of the neutron, that came together And the atom, of course, was a combination of the electron and the proton. And so what we find with the plasma science is that the mass of the atom, which is the combination of electron and proton, does not equal that of the neutron, and the difference is that of the balance of the PM tick. So the PM tick becomes a dynamic plasma. And we are a dynamic plasma. So I guess you could say that we are all kind of PM ticks, but we are co-creators where we can give from ourselves without consuming ourselves. In other words, I can give you a thought, but that doesn't leave a hole in my head. But I can't give you that thought on a plate. I can only give you that thought as part of the plasmagen state, non-physical. And so the integrity of that thought is based on the feeding that I give it. And the feeding that I give it is a convergence. And the way that is transmitted is with light. And as we know, there's a non-visible light and there's a visible light. And so within that state, within that density, all of that light is going at the same speed. So we have a color integration with a color integrity. In other words, within that plasmagen state, the idea that I create has a certain kind of integrity. And that integrity can be transferred to the physical state. So the physical state maintains that integrity of the color integration. So when we're talking about an interactive plasmagen state, it is in 3 dimensions. It has an x-axis, a y-axis, and a z-axis. And these forces are Magravs conditions, but they interact. And within that interaction, they absorb the color integration from the sources. And so in our Earth space transmutation state, we see the physical manifestation, which represents the color integration as it was in the plasmagen state. Which therefore means that we can go from the Earth space transmutation state to the outer space transmutation state and still maintain that integrity based on the color integration. And when we say color integration, I repeat, the visible and the non-visible color. So our existence in terms of our physicality is the combination of all the colors on this planet. And the physical manifestation that we see is based on emission that we choose, which because we're all independent variables. But within our inner space home state, that inner space home energy state, we are all colors. So that's the color that we are. And that color is more than skin deep. Because that's our true color. the color that we see in our superficiality, well, that's just a covering. So we're all the same color because we're all part of the earth. And so to be prejudiced based on the color that is reflected as opposed to the color that is emitted is one of man's faults, failings, and weaknesses. So the kind of planet that we have and the kind of planet that we create is based on our inner space home state. And so if our inner space home state has the proper color integration, then our emission can maintain the integrity of that color integration and emit it as well. So regardless of which energy state we're talking about, whether it be the magrav atomic state or the nano state, the GAN state, the plasma state, or one step beyond, and one step beyond in all ways, all directions. So we find what we call the Coulomb barrier is the individual barrier which delineates the density state. And within that density state, the color maintains an integrity, but the integration of the color is all at the same speed of light. And so if we change the density, then we change the path. And we can have different paths within the same Coulomb barrier because, as you know, we have solid, we have liquid, and we have gas. And so we can maintain 3 different densities, 3 different dimensions within that Coulomb barrier. And then if we go outside, one step beyond, then we can have another density, a plasma density. And that's one step beyond. And if we keep going and we get further and say more than 3 steps beyond, we're operating in another barrier zone. And within that barrier zone, we can have a color integration with a color integrity. But that color is based on light, which is operating at a different speed because we're in a higher energy state. And now we have an accounting for the change in energy. And that's why at the Sanya conference early in 2024, we were able to mine gold out of thin air. So we all have path choices to make. It's based on path, link, and susceptibility. So the emission of our intention is based on the emission of what we retain. And that interacts to create an emission of intention. And that intention has an integrity. And that integrity is based on this message feeding and a feedback manifestation, which we have to put up the antenna so that we can tune in to that transmission. And that transmission also has a transition, goes from station to station, doesn't it? So when you select one station or one force, and that is magnetical, it has to be balanced by a force of another gravitational force. And that resulting selection becomes the Magrav manifestation. So our selection process manifestation is predetermined. And all we have to do is create a peace dome of intention. And so the emission of intention affects the standard folding deviation and leaves no room for war. So the transmutation manifests in balance with the peace dome. So the plasma perception balance comes about from knowledge and wisdom, which gives us a deeper insight. And the experience will change a man's perspective. And it allows us to reflect on life. So this reflection can be converted to an emission. And you say, well, can you change the past? Well, reflect on your life and understand what could have been a very miserable experience for you in the past could have been the most valuable lesson that you could have learned. And in that process, you learned about artistry, you learned about organization, you learned about cooperation, and then you learned how much damage you can do with hodgepodge and discord and betrayal, and understand that that becomes part of your inner space. So it becomes part of your responsibility, because that responsibility is based on the speed of rotation, and it affects the transmutation transition because it's plasmatic. It's a convergence of all the rotating fields around. And each field is emitting a light, and the convergence of all of those lights affects the integration of that color field. And the transmutation of that integration is precise. It's representative of you and your pH maggrav. And those who are clairvoyant can see the pH of your maggrav aura. And the pH maggrav aura of the planet Earth is the blue planet. So the speed of rotation transmutes in both micro and macro. And so when we talk about the pH of peace, there are many points on the field strength of the dove. And we are all contributing to that. And we're all points in this field strength. And we're all independent variables. But we're interdependent. And so we've been trying for the last 2 months, and we have 1 more month to go on the transmutation test for nutrition and wellness. I'm sure many of you are enjoying it. It's another part of the transmutation training. And we need to do that because our goal and objective is to bring peace on this planet. And in that process is to bring peace and prosperity. And of course, there's much to research. And so we're offering a forum for all the top flight researchers in the world to understand that there's a new horizon, a new plasma science, and you can join the research teams and be part of the creators on this planet. You are already the creators on this planet. You just have to make better choices. Because as part of the transmutation, we find that the range transition transcends the z-axis transmutation dimensions, all 3 dimensions. And the laws of conservation govern the covalent, the trivalent, and tetravalent bonding attributes. And the containment requires gravitational tensity and mass, which is based on density. So the soul of man cannot be abandoned. and the soul of man cannot be compromised. The color of man is based on the integration with the soul of man. This is the integrity of man. And for 569 weeks in a row, we brought the Knowledge Seekers workshops to transcend the limitations of nuclear science and elevate into the plasma science, because it opens the door to the greater oneness. And, you know, they say the achievement of room temperature superconductivity represents a highly disruptive technology capable of a total paradigm change in science and technology. And this was broadcast to the world in 2019. And they were caught red-handed. This apparently was patented. So we have to understand that even if something is classified, it cannot be patented. It cannot be repatented. And if something has been already patented, it cannot be repatented. So you've all been caught red-handed. This is technology that's been around for decades. So welcome to the present, Christopher Columbus, discovering North America. Meanwhile, the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute teachings on plasma science is welcoming all the beautiful knowledge seekers to learn about the new selection process of the new plasma science. It depends on the World Peace Treaty, because that's our mission. Sign it with a pen, display it in your home or office. Sign it with your soul. Sign it with deep meaning. Sign it with true intention. We see it, man is a reactor of all the three-dimensional transcendent universe. We see there's no straight lines through the field transmutation. So can you go into outer space without a peace dome? Can we transmute through the dimensions of history? So we have a better understanding that the sphere creation combines the X, Y, and Z axis dimensions and the color integration. The color integration has a source beyond for physical transmutation dimensions. And the plasma science needs to be delivered daily by the Peace Dome in exchange for peace on Earth. And so this is not only the end of this lesson, but it's also the end of the Advanced Transmutation series. I hope you enjoyed it. And let's bring peace and prosperity for the other 364 days of the year as well. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Alex. Gosh, I wish I understood it the way you understand it, but of course that's probably not completely possible. But let's go to our panelists and see if any questions has come up regarding this teaching or regarding the workshop or something that you want to bring to the table. Perhaps everyone's just reflecting on what was delivered. That was a tremendous amount of discourse on your end, Alex. Again, any questions from our panelists or participants?
Well, as you know, this was the culmination of a series of 18 classes. So that's one of the reasons, you know, to try and bring all the pieces of the pie together and try and reconstruct it.
So how's your transmutation going? Sounds like, oh, I see a mic has come open. Sorry. Go ahead, Alex.
No, let's enough me talking. Let's hear what the open mic has to say.
Sure.
Yeah, there's something I haven't understood from elementary school on. And that was when we had art, we would mix the colors, and basically we were only given 3 colors and black, or rather, yeah, black and white, but these were on matter level, obviously. So with the 3, red, yellow, and blue, not green, we could mix any color in between. Because the red and the green makes orange, and the blue and the yellow makes green, and the red and the blue makes purple. Now, when we mix them as paint, they all turned brown. We all know that. But we did something else. We made a top, like a round piece of paper, and put pencil in the middle, and then we painted just 3 colors on there, about a third or so of each, red, blue, and yellow. And when we would spin the top, we would only see white. So how does that work?
Please repeat that last sentence. You had the 3 colors, and then when you did on top, what?
When they rotated it. Yeah, that sounds very interesting, Erm.
You spin the top, and when you mix the paints as paints, it turns brown. And when you spin the top, you see only white. Because we were taught that optically, when you mix those 3 colors, they are white together. Try it. You like it.
And you ran this test yourself?
Oh, yes, repeatedly.
Oh,
that's why.
I wish I was in your class.
Well, you can try it. It always turns out white when you spin it.
Again, the 3 colors are?
Red, blue, and yellow. The 3 colors that you need to make all the other colors when you paint.
So you just leave those 3 colors on the pinwheel, and as you get to a certain speed, I'm sure at slow, when it's rotating slowly, you can see the different colors, but as it picks up, they create the white color as the speed increases.
Yes, you paint about a third of that wheel, that circle, each color. But there was no green, and when you came up with the green as being part of the main thing, and no yellow, I couldn't understand why that is, because in my experience, it was always red, blue, and yellow together would make white.
Well, Erm, you taught me something.
I was going to say, out of the mouths of children come wisdom, and she's no child.
No, that was, yeah, my dad was an art educator, and that was part of the color theory. And so that puzzled me always why that would turn brown when you mix them physically, but white when you mix them optically. Try it.
Yeah, but what you did change was the rotation.
Oh, yeah, right. So the speed made it so you couldn't see the difference between them, but they all sort of appeared in the eye at the same time, kind of.
So the eye converted the color.
Yeah.
Whereas when you blend all the colors together on the paper, the paper is blending all the colors together.
Yeah, right. Try it.
Well,
not right now, but later.
No, I think that's a wonderful, wonderful experiment, because what I've been trying to show is this is the result of the reflection. This is the result of the emission.
Yeah, I have no idea. That's
well,
why.
By what you're saying is that if we were to take this color wheel and spin it, because look, you know, on the RGB monitor, the only things that you're adjusting are the red, blue, and the green. But somehow, some way, when you put all those colors together, you get white or you get black as well.
Yeah, that's what My dad would probably know how to explain it, but I never did. But I've done it many times.
I think her father was an artist, a painter, actually.
Yes.
Yeah, but in the plasma reality, what we can explain it as the difference between emission and reflection. Why this subject came up today, and more importantly, is because if let's say you're riding a bike and you fall down and scrape your knee, so the surface color of your skin will disappear, so the under color will be exposed, and it'll probably be a little bit pink. Forget the blood, just it'll be kind of pinkish. And if a black person were to do that, where the color of the skin would be scraped back, they would also be pink.
Mhm.
And so that is obvious. We know that. So why are we prejudiced? Okay, because the color that we have in terms of which we base our prejudice on is the reflecting color. We don't base our prejudice on the substance, because if we did, then we would realize that we're all the same. If you're all the same, why would you be prejudiced? So the whole basis of prejudice is really based on a false set of principles. And
it's just that it's different. We're prejudiced against anything that's different from us.
Yeah, but of all the differences, that is the least different. Because, like I say, beauty is skin deep. So what happens when you go beyond the surface of the skin? Do you get into ugliness?
I don't know.
Right? So maybe I'm reflecting on my life and maybe some of the choices that I made, and maybe I was deceived by beauty.
Then we get into the question, what is beauty? Then we get into the question of aesthetics. That's another whole can of worms.
Well, that's an individual choice, isn't it?
Well, no. According to my art educator father, art is independent of the perceiver. The quality of art is a quality of its own.
You said it was independent of the perceiver?
Yes, that had nothing to do with taste, for instance. At least that was what he taught. And he ran into all kinds of trouble with the politics of art education.
I'm thinking he'd run into trouble with me as well, because the art is dependent on the taste of the perceiver, and the taste is not in the mouth.
Yeah, right. But see, what was I saying? The same with music. I can say that different kinds of music have an effect, and it doesn't matter. Like classical music, cows give more milk with classical music, but do they have a sense of musical taste? Well, there seems to be some difference in classical music to junk music, what I call junk.
Okay, this is a huge discussion that you
right,
because the plasma science, plasma is based on the absorption of fields or the barrier of fields.
Yeah.
And you have a choice. Okay, so if you're playing the victim card, you're saying that you have no choice. And why this is such an important thing is because the word cult has come up, and it keeps coming up, and only because cults talk about mind control. And the environment is a form of mind control as well. And you can understand that, you know, if you're in with a gang of thieves, you better think like a thief because you're not going to survive. Okay, but while you're in the gang of thieves, you have to think like a gang of like a thief. But if you leave that gang of thieves and you go into an environment that is welcoming, then you can't survive as a thief. You have to adapt. You have to change. Now, the problem for a lot of us is we can't change that environment. Okay, so like I was saying at the beginning, you know, he's a Californian, but you know, he's been a world traveler. So, you know, imagine if he takes his attitude that he had at California and then he goes to another country and he, you know, displays that same attitude, you know, and forget skin color, you know, just attitude. We can discriminate by attitude, can't we? Right? You say, oh, you know, are you going to say, oh, you know, you're that skin color, or you're going to say, oh, you know, you're an American. You know, you don't even have to look at him. You'll know he's an American. It's only when you look at him that you might say, oh, well, there's a difference. But, you know, or what about, you know, someone comes from England and they say they're English. Really? You know, you speak English. I speak English. Mark speaks English. What about someone that comes from West Virginia? You know, they them speak English too. You know, so which one's English? So then it's not based on the language; it's based on where you're from. So that's another form of discrimination. And discrimination itself has become a bad word. So if you say, oh, I'm not going to discriminate against anything, then you're going to absorb everything.
Yeah, I don't think discrimination is a bad word. It's just if you discriminate and value people differently on certain parameters that are not valuable. But discrimination is something you have to do all the time. For instance, you have to see if the light is red or green. You have to discriminate between that when you want to drive safely. That's a form of discrimination.
Precisely. Huh? So you're someone who you only obey the rules of the red lights. You don't obey the rules of the green lights.
Yeah, so or like when
you're prejudiced.
Yes, right.
So you're not going anywhere.
Prejudice is fine as long as it's not on the wrong principles. Like I rent to people, and I cannot discriminate on a certain kinds of basis, like race, religion, handicap, or whatever else. But I discriminate all the time. The key discrimination I do, for instance, is whether I can communicate with this person or not. Like, does this person have a chip on their shoulder? It makes it very hard to communicate. You know, so I prefer to rent to people who share some of my values. So I discriminate on the basis of values, not religion, but on whether I can communicate, like they have the value of keeping things clean, or not turning the heat up too much, or whatever, or eating on their way down the stairs and spilling it all over the walls, that kind of thing. I discriminate all the time. I ask the people that I check for references, do they know this person? Is this somebody they would rent to themselves, or how do they know them? Whatever, all kinds of bases, but not race, religion, and all that kind of stuff that I'm not allowed to discriminate. I also discriminate, like I get a credit report that tells me if this person is in the habit of paying their bills or not. That's a major point, significant if you run a business. So I discriminate all the time. I discriminate, like if I put something in my mouth, I discriminate whether it tastes like poison or not. That's what we have senses for. The word discrimination has been abused to be apply to everything. Like, I check outside if it's raining or not. That's a form of discrimination. You know what I mean?
Music to my ears, Erm.
Yeah. I just don't discriminate on those things that are legally not allowed to discriminate on. That's what discrimination is supposed to be about. These laws about discrimination.
Well, if I can just take that one step further to add to what you're saying, there's a discrimination that we have between man-made laws and universal laws, isn't there?
Yes, that too. Yes, that's another thing, right?
Okay, so this is where the inversion comes into play, and so that has been the whole essence of the discussion, for the last month or so.
Yeah,
it's this inversion.
Another thing, like my father as an art educator, he educated our taste. People either have an educated taste or an uneducated taste. Like if you have seen a lot of art, then you have a better way of comparing than when you have only been exposed to Walt Disney. When I grew up, Walt Disney was the epitome of bad taste. We weren't even allowed to look at that stuff. We were only allowed to look at real classical art and become educated by that. And my dad actually wrote books about educating taste and how to like we had to look at all kinds of catalogs of different dishes and silverware, and then we had to say, which one do I think is the best? And there was some kind of agreement. What was a better shape than other stuff? There was a balance in there. Yeah, stuff like that. So, but he ran into trouble with the politics. He was in all kinds of debates in the literature, in the professional literature. But I understand where he's coming from. For instance, he did all kinds of drawings, felt tip pen drawings. Everywhere he would sit and draw. Then he had this whole collection of drawings, and then he would show these things to people, and people would pick things that they liked the best. And he found that the people with an uneducated taste still picked the best ones. They all picked the best ones. So what he did when he wanted to give people a choice of what they might like for a gift, he created two collections, one with the better ones and one with the lesser ones, because he said the people with a less educated taste are still going to be super happy to be able to pick something out of the not so good ones, while the people he found to be well educated with educated taste, they would really appreciate the top-notch quality drawings. You see what I mean?
Yes, for sure.
Go ahead, Herb.
I just want to get some feedback if I made myself.
Okay, I think Micah would stay on the line, Erm. I think Micah wanted to add something. I'm not sure how discriminating he's being. Is he still here?
Oh, no, he's from the left coast.
One of your compatriots.
Thank you, Mark. And I wanted to comment, Irmgard, when you were talking about the difference between classical music and more regular, newer music. So there is a very big difference, and that is in how they tuned their instruments.
That too.
And they tuned it to a frequency of 432 hertz back in the classical music era. And then it got changed to 440 hertz, which if you would say it's the difference between discordant and melodic and beautiful in harmony with the universe, basically, in a nutshell. Yeah, I just wanted to mention that.
So that is a perversion, would you say?
Well, yes, absolutely.
They changed it so it doesn't match the human body or the human soul.
They've done experiments. For example, you take a drum kit and you tune it to the frequency of 440. They put sand on the drum and they hit it with the drumstick, and it came out as a completely discordant pattern in the sand. And then they tuned the same thing to 432, where they put the sand on it, they hit it with the drumstick, and it was a pattern, perfect symmetrical stars like in the cosmos, like that kind of pattern. Yeah, yeah.
So if you want your music to support your health, you should be tuning your music to 432.
Absolutely. And there are even now some actual performances and whatnot that you go see, and where they actually do that, and the entire crowd is just in tears. They're just the emotion and energy that they feel from that music is a night and day compared to the other tunings. Yes.
Okay, one more thing to add to this. We probably all agree that there are values we have, and some values we consider higher, like giving instead of destroying.
Or taking.
That's also, yeah, but that's two sides of it. But I mean, there seems to be something that is absolutely better than other. So there may also be something absolutely better about certain kinds of art than other kinds of art. I mean, in all these classes, we learn form of ethics that's associated with this plasma physics stuff. If that doesn't, so that proves that there's a difference in quality, right?
So I had to get a new birth certificate recently when I renewed a passport, and I had to go to the town and I got a copy of the birth certificate. It said I was born at 4:32 a.m.
Cool.
Does that make a difference?
Probably.
I don't think so.
Well,
but to music,
you're in the right hertz frequency, Mark.
Yeah. No, I know there's whole books written on this changing of the 432 to 440.
Yeah. But what I'm trying to say is there seems to be something that's absolute, not relative. Like in values, we have certain values that we really value as higher values than others, right?
Well, of course, it has to do with peace, and peace is reflected in growth.
Exactly. So we discriminate.
We have to.
Right.
And of course, what's heaven to me may be hell to someone else. As Mr. Keshe said recently, with you feel a certain field from this entity, and it's very repulsive for you, but for that entity, it needs those fields to survive.
And why is that, Mark?
You'll have to ask the entity. That's the way it was created, I suppose, or has developed in that way. So I don't think, again, we can discriminate other than this is not what pleases me, or this is not what satisfies me, so I don't want to entangle with that perhaps field.
Perfect. But the question was, why is that? And that is because they are representative of the integration of the color that they are. And so when we're talking about their color, we may not be necessarily talking about the color wheel of visibility that we know. This may be in a different field, showing colors that are non-visible to us, but it may be visible to someone who's clairvoyant. But here's the commonality. You can always tell the color of the intention, because the intention is a convergence of the colors of the soul. and the soul is the extension of the creator. So it has to have integrity. Does that make sense?
Mhm. Yes, and something to add is like when I say I discriminate when I get the credit report or something like that, it is whether not I don't discriminate against poverty. I discriminate against the willingness to pay what they promise, to stick with their promise.
Oh my
I
God,
have
you touch a nerve.
because we have lots of people who really are too poor, really. So they can either get a cosigner or we do support a number of people who can't afford it, but only within our capability. But we do that also. So, I mean, I'm not a hard-nosed, just money person. But I am a person who wants to have someone who will honor their promises.
That is fundamental, and you know, when you say to honor the promises, you know, is that the promise that a soldier makes?
Yeah, when you make
Is it
well,
done with honor?
yeah, well, that's why I never became an American citizen, because I could not give the oath to citizenship. Because it wasn't a promise I wanted to make.
Well, there is a promise that we all made, and that was the deal that we made that allowed us to be born. And just because we forget doesn't mean we don't have to work to remember it.
Well, you get really deep now, don't you?
Well, we got to leave the basics sometime. I mean, gee whiz, you know. Yeah, well, it's a public forum, and it's hard to, you know, it's hard to do. But we have teachers here that are representative of various continents as well, and you know, each of us is taking and what we can absorb, and what we can use, and using it to our benefit, and that's the whole point. So, you know, when we talk about teaching, I'm not teaching at you. You know, I'm teaching to you, and when you engage, you're teaching me, and you're not teaching at me. That's a key point. And this is a natural skill, but it doesn't mean that it's been cultivated. So anything that you want, you have to work at it. But you know, the comment that comes to mind is someone who said, it's very, very important to remember the people that you stepped on as you climb up the ladder. Because when you fall, they're not going to be there to help you. So our climb is not at the expense of others, but our climb is in cooperation with others. That's all part of the teamwork. But, you know, if you start to discriminate by color, by race, by religion, then you are limiting the attributes of your team. And you're only limited to that particular viewpoint. And, you know, if we want to be part of the universal community, we better understand that viewpoint. And that viewpoint does not allow warmongering. That's a fact. That is a fact. And if you don't know about that fact, you see what the GANTS does when you're being deceptive, and you see what the plasma fields do when you are, shall we say, a warmonger. It stops. It doesn't work. So the choice for them is not whether or not they want to advance into a higher field strength. The choice for them is they don't want to go into a higher field strength. That's the only option. So they would rather suppress it. Well, they're in the minority. And this is the thing, you know, if we play by their rules, which is warmongering versus warmongering, we're going to be losers. We have to elevate our field, and we have to invite them to participate in that field because they have attributes that they can contribute. So they can leave their bad attributes behind. That's what their life lessons are all about. But they can contribute in another way because we're all part of the same creation. And I just want to throw one thing at you since you've brought the subject of deepness, depth. If we look at the pupil of the eye and we see that it's black, so that means it absorbs everything that's part of the universe. And so everything that we see in the universe was created from the universe. And everything that we don't see, think about it, it's kind of black, isn't it? Makes you think that the entire universe, from our perspective, is a black hole. I'll end it at that. Thanks, everybody, for allowing me to continue presenting. I love this conversation. Thanks, Erm. Thanks, Mike.
But Alex,
yes.
We don't know what's on the other side of that black hole. Maybe it's white.
Well, of course it is.
Same thing with the melanin in the skin. It's all that the body adapts to where you are. You know, you take a person that lives in the deepest parts of Africa, they don't call them darkies, they call them blacks because that's the color that it is. Where the Negroes, what they call the Negroes, they're a different color. So like with the racism, it's to due to so many factors, but the melanin, everyone has melanin because that what determines the color of your skin, your eyes, your hair. And like you say, what color are we on the inside versus what color are we on the outside? And then what's the color of the soul?
And just a slight change of emotion changes the color.
Exactly.
Randy, I thought you said melon.
Melanin.
Melanin.
Yeah. So you know what's on the inside of a watermelon? It's pink.
Right.
Just like we are.
But only when you open it.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it's black.
No, a watermelon is green.
No, but on the inside.
Oh, yes, yes.
When it's exposed to the light, she said.
Oh, that is so deep. Oh, okay.
Erm's on a roll today, guys.
Oh,
yes.
He's well rested. She's well rested.
Had my coffee.
Wow.
See, my dad was in many ways like Mr. Keshe, just on different subject matter. Like he said, he wanted to give me a reward. He said, "Would you like me to show you something that nobody has ever seen?" I said, "Yes." I was just a little kid. "Oh, yes, sure." So he took a little stick and he broke it in half and showed me the ends. I was so disappointed. but it was something nobody had ever seen.
It was a good lesson because you remember it.
Yes.
See, I remember the blending of the colors because I really like finger painting class, but I never saw the spinning.
Try it. Please try it.
I am going to try it. I've got a power drill. I'm going to.
Doesn't even have to go that fast.
But the paint should be dry, right? Because if it goes too fast,
Right.
it'll splatter.
Yes, you can even use magic markers.
Yeah, I think that would be an excellent experiment to run, Alex. And again, the variable speed drill will again cause different colors to appear, I think, or perceived color or lack thereof. Okay, anyone else have something else they'd like to share or bring before we close? I'm going to play Keep Keshe Foundation Free for Humanity. And of course, at this point in time, volunteering or supporting the store is part of this whole work of keeping the Keshe Foundation free or becoming part of the transmutation testing sessions in other ways. But to me, this is the way. And of course, supporting with your soul the work that's going on in the background. So encourage all of you to choose one or choose all for supporting.
So what are you bringing next week, Mark?
What am I bringing next week? Well, whatever the workshop delivers, and hopefully we can get a little bit of that or a taste of it. Obviously, it's too deep to cover all of it and to explain it all, which I'm not even at that point, but we'll try to share whatever the soul leads me to share, and hopefully others benefit from it.
I will endeavor to be here.
Good.
Yeah, I will be in Mexico, so I'll try to come in, or I'll have to get to the recording.
At last I checked, Mexico is part of the civilized world.
Yeah, but we might be climbing a mountain or something. We're going to where the monarch butterflies gather next week.
And she's been told not to bring her laptop, as I understand it.
Well, I will bring something. But we don't always have internet either where we go.
Mm-hmm.
That's okay. You can be here in soul work.
Soul level.
Yes, I will.
Wishing family and you a beautiful holiday vacation. We'll see you soon.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay, let's all try and keep the Keshe Foundation free in any way, shape, or form you can. Alex, I'm going to take the screen. Is there anything else you wanted to add? Thank you again for continuing to share your knowledge and how you view this beautiful plasma science technology.
Well, just remember, from now on, the days are going to get longer in North America.
We become more enlightened.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm going to take the screen. And we're going to share. This will stop other sharing. Continue. Okay, keep Keshe Foundation free. We're going to share this. and then the final disclaimer, and the meeting will come to an end. Anyone else have something they're just holding back, a thought, a comment, a question? Have an amazing rest of your day and enjoy the holiday season. We'll see you in one of the upcoming sessions. Again, the regular programs will continue. The One Planet, One Nation, One Race. Language communities will continue. Reactor Group will continue. And of course, the Knowledge Seekers Workshop, without fail, continues. And we look forward to another beautiful presentation by Mr. Keshe this week, or enlightening us during this enlightening season. Thank you all. We'll see you next time.
Keep Keshe Foundation free for humanity. Become a trial volunteer. And Mr. Keshe is making every effort to keep Keshe Foundation free and independent, and out of control of the multinational corporations. Therefore, we need more knowledge seekers with certain health conditions to come forward and be part of the trials and test. It's different than volunteering for big corporations with huge budgets. For one thing, they pay you to put experimental drugs inside your body because you are taking a risk. With plasma science, it is totally opposite. You are working with plasma fields that cannot damage you, and usually your condition changes or goes away. But you have to pay for it because it's an act of love to help bring the change to humanity. Please, if you can consider volunteering for these trials, not only do you benefit, but you bring benefit to others.
This is the tooth of a child, and you can see it literally to the flesh. And this is very few weeks later. Where the tooth is literally recovering and growing. And when you see the changes are so fundamental. And this is what our doctors and dentists are achieving. This is a life of misery, pain, tooth extraction. And this is today, a few weeks later. And you walk away for all the problems. How far this will go? Will it become a complete tooth in the next 6 months, 12 months? And would we see the changes? Because if you're a dentist, and if you're an ordinary man, you can understand the difference between the two. No chemicals, no medicine, nothing was used. The target of our dentists and doctors is to grow tooth where it has gone. It's been pulled out if it's possible. It's been the dream of the dentists. And using the new technology by them, I'm sure they will try. As you can see, the difference between the two is very clear. We see new bones, new structures, new covers appear. It's the same for us with the what we call the world of salinity. Can we create a condition? Would you like to change the screen, please? Right. Can we come to the point that with application of the remote we can deliver directly, for example, to build a piece of wall of a heart of a baby the way we did with a tooth from thousands of kilometers away without open heart surgery. Can we rebuild part of a kidney which has been damaged in your dialysis machine? Can our doctors, with a new technology, remove kidney stone without any intervention? Do they need to change the salinity within a kidney for the stone to melt within a few sessions? And now you understand why we tell you, volunteer. Do you want me to go to multinationals and tie your hand with research? Or do you want to do it yourself and help the others and our doctors to understand? We are not in medical practices. We are in elevation of the soul, how the soul decides to change the what we call dimension within dimension of physicality. And secondly, all these trials is done by the doctors. We are providers of the knowledge. So, if you want to see if it works, if it can bring a new understanding for us, volunteer. And opposite to the other researchers or doctors and institutions where they go out and look for billions to pay scientists to find out, Keshe Foundation asks you to pay for, as volunteer, for us to learn, for scientists to bring the new dimension.
Mark, do you want me to share the screen?
No, I just had to bring up another disclaimer. Let's see if it's still there, and we'll try this one. Thank you, Alex.
A general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.